Time is running out to get $200 for switching to Jackson Hewitt. Walk in and you'll get $100 when you switch this year. Plus, another $100 when you file next year with Jackson Hewitt. And there's no appointment necessary.
Our next guest went viral for a couple of reasons. One, they're talented. Two, they're handsome. Take a look.
When you're feeling low and there's no one around, when it looks like it's over and life's got you down, hold on to me, brother. I'll be here when you need, 'cause there's a brighter tomorrow.
This is a Storm Team 4 weather alert from NBC4.
Good afternoon again. I'm Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Dave Mazza. We are continuing to track a cell off towards the west of us right now, moving out of the Dayton metro area just north, you can see, of Xenia right now. We've got this little Boeing feature starting to show up here, a little bit of a rotation in the hook right there north of Xenia. This is continuing to move to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. As we pull back a little bit, you will notice that this tornado warning does extend all the way over into the far west and southwest corner of Madison County. This does include folks in South Solon, also over towards Midway, just north of Jeffersonville. Again, we are continuing to track this cell that has been moving off towards the northeast, east-northeast at 45 miles an hour. This has had locations that are going to be impacted by this cell is Springfield. We've got our Dan Perlman that is out in that area this evening. And Tara, what have we been noticing so far with this cell as it is pushing to the east, which had a history of producing a lot of hail with it as well this afternoon, correct?
That's right. We've had reports of at least ping pong ball sized hail. So some sizable hail, at least 1.5 inches or so in diameter with these particular storms. Again, as they were moving kind of through and near the Dayton metro area, again, traveling off to the east. And so, as you mentioned, we've got that tornado warning that's issued near the Xenia area, and that storm continues to travel off to the east. And so along with that threat of an isolated tornado, which we're seeing here today, I don't think we have had a confirmed report of a funnel cloud at this point in time. Again, when the National Weather Service does issue a tornado warning, it is because radar has indicated the possibility of a tornado with a rotation, and that's what's been showing up on the radar. But certainly you just want to take cover, folks. Right now we're talking to you in parts of northwestern Fayette County and southwestern Madison County because that storm is headed in that direction. So take cover in your basement, an interior room away from the windows, of course, lowest level of your home as that storm continues to travel off to the east, Dave.
Yes, this cell right now, if you're familiar with the area just south of Springfield, this is just basically between Xenia, right near Yellow Springs is where this is at right now, this cell. So if you are living in Madison County, if you're near South Solon, if you're over towards Jeffersonville this afternoon, you have a couple of minutes to get ready for this cell. Even if it does not produce a tornado when it comes into your backyard, you are going to see very strong gusty winds. This cell, like Tara was saying, has had a history of producing at least a 1-inch diameter or quarter size to a ping pong ball, which is about 1.5 inch diameter hail. So you do not want to be looking out if you're in Madison County right now off towards the west. This is going to be an area, if you're looking near the windows, you do not want to be doing that because a storm that has hail and strong winds, these winds could be in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. You do not want to be near a window looking off towards the west. The best advice you can get is to go to the innermost room of your house. If you do not have a basement, we always talk about going to that innermost room, typically a closet, a hall closet, something that does not have any windows. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside of your house as possible. So those innermost rooms, a bathroom is always a good bet as well. But again, if you're in Madison County, you have about 15 to 20 minutes. Want to head out to Rob Sneed, who is live this afternoon in Jeffersonville. Rob, you guys hear the sirens going off in the background, correct?
Oh, they're loud out here. They went off just a few moments ago. Now, a woman whose backyard we're standing in at the moment, she came up to us and she asked us, are those sirens? Did I just hear sirens? And we confirmed, yes, those are indeed sirens. She told us that she's actually going to get her family together at the moment because she doesn't have a basement. She's going to go to a nearby restaurant and go into a family restaurant, rather, and go into the basement. Now, that's kind of the problem out here. A lot of these homes are kind of ranch-style homes, one-floor plans. Some of them have basements. Some of them don't. So of course, when they hear this noise, when they hear those sirens going off, they definitely are trying to figure out what is the next best plan of action to keep themselves safe and their family. Now, you also too mentioned the winds that are coming in and some of the rain that's supposed to be coming in, 50-mile-per-hour winds. We're talking about all of these trees out here. Again, these homes are small. A lot of these trees could possibly topple over on top of these homes, which is another concern for people out here. Of course, those winds have not made it here to where we're standing just yet, but of course, it's been raining all day. And when that rain comes, a lot of flooding. Just look at this backyard here. You can see there's a creek, but the creek has overflown here into the backyard, and it's caused some problems out here. This isn't the only yard. A lot of these yards out here are experiencing just that. A lot of the playground equipment, the pools, dirty, mucky, full of water, and it's just been kind of a nightmare, a headache for people who live out here. But of course, they're getting ready, they're preparing, they're paying attention to the weather, and they're trying to get to the safest place possible. Back to you.
Rob, thank you very much. You could hear that eerie sound. Rob Snead again in Jeffersonville there in northern Fayette County. Tara, if we get a little distance measurement right now from where these cells are showing up towards Jeffersonville, they are generally going to, I think, skirt just to the north of Jeffersonville. They're technically in town, right in downtown Jeffersonville, not under the tornado warning right now, but it's everyone from Jeffersonville on north is under that tornado warning that extends for about another 24 minutes or so until 5:15 this evening. This cell, like Tara was just mentioning a minute ago, has not confirmed a tornado as of yet. However, Doppler radar is showing the potential of rotation. Obvious with this cell right here. You can see these little rotation markers showing up north of Xenia, just about at the Yellow Springs area. And these are going to continue to push off towards the east-northeast. They're just about 17 to 18 miles away from Midway, from where Rob Snead is right now. Even this part of the cell, which is not under the tornado warning as of this minute in Jeffersonville, from downtown on south, still is going to see a very strong thunderstorm that's only about 15 miles away, and this storm will have the potential of at least producing about golf ball to ping pong ball sized hail. So you're looking at about 1.5 inch diameter hail, also strong gusty winds in excess of 60 to 70 miles an hour. So I cannot stress, as wonderful as this is to try to look at, sometimes people want to see this amazing sky. Do not look off towards the west when you have wind driven rain and hail, possibly debris as well. This is a hazard even if you're not in a tornado. So straight line wind damage, also the possibility of seeing tornadic activity with this cell that's pretty much due south of Springfield right now by about 15 to 17 miles near the Yellow Springs area. And it's very eerie to think about, but just 44 years ago, to almost the minute, we had that F5 tornado go through the same area near Xenia. So you think about this is a very active time of the year, and this is a strong line of thunderstorms making it into a more warm and moist environment. We have had, as Tara Lane was mentioning earlier, several reports of hail during the day today. And Tara, the biggest hail that we've been seeing has generally been ping pong ball to golf ball sized hail, correct?
Yeah, ping pong ball to golf ball size. So at least an inch and a half plus in diameter with these storms again. And then that's obviously been one of the main threats that we've seen here today. That has increased throughout the day. Earlier this morning, the threat for these tornadoes, at least here in central Ohio, and the larger sized hail threat didn't appear to be as great as how it ended up being, of course, as we headed through the early part of the afternoon. More of those ingredients coming together. And so that's why the Storm Prediction Center did increase that threat of severe storms and the threat for tornadoes and larger sized hail, which is what we've been seeing with these lines moving in from the west. And so this is what we'll continue to track through the rest of this evening. Good news is most of this will be over with by later on as we get into the overnight period, approaching midnight and beyond, with that cold front trying to push through the area, clearing from west to east, and then we get more changes coming in behind it. Quieter weather while most of us are sleeping tonight, especially going again past midnight and waking up tomorrow morning. It will be a quieter start, but until then we are tracking again the possibility of tornadoes, and even without that, damaging wind gusts 60 plus miles an hour. That's possible with these storms here today, along with the larger sized hail. Of course, we've had the heavy rain that's led to the flooding from earlier today. We had the first round, and now we're getting the second round, and again, that will continue through this evening, Dave, and then finally starting to quiet down later on tonight.
Yeah, and luckily right now we don't have that case where many of the trees have a lot of leaves on them, creating that wind sail effect where they can get the branches broken off. But again, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, like Tara was saying, lots of rain that we've had through the day today. They are a little bit more brittle. Branches could break off easily. And again, with that straight line wind or the possibility of a tornado, that makes it for an exceptional danger if you're going to be outdoors or near a window. So again, the stress is to get indoors. hours right now. If you're in Madison County, if you're in Fayette County, notice right here, here's the Fayette County line. So this is basically the northwest corner, about 1 mile corner, just north of Jeffersonville, south of Midway in Madison County. And this extends up into the western portion of Madison County. For right now, for folks in London, you are not under the tornado warning. However, that doesn't mean you are in the clear. You need to take shelter now as well. Get ready, because this is going to be a strong line of thunderstorms. It's kind of been pulsing where we've been seeing little hints of rotation with this cell as it has been moving through the Dayton metro from the west side of Dayton to the east side now past Yellow Springs and starting to make its way. You can see right in here is where Xenia's at. That cell is moving away from Xenia right now. Can we get, Tara, a marker? Yeah, and how far? So the front line of this, the front edge of this line is about 11 to 12 miles right now away from the city of London. It's moving to the east-northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So you're talking 15 minutes, about 5:10 until this line gets there. The actual part of the core that we're watching here is about 14 to 18 miles away right now. And that's going to have very intense rainfall, lightning with it as well. Obviously, we've got the lightning tracker off because it just clutters the whole screen up right now. But we've got frequent lightning, gusty winds possible, and hail in excess. There's a lightning tracker, and you can see frequent lightning all across our area right now. And that's going to be the case for the next hour or so as this cell continues to push across and into parts of Madison County and eventually into northern Fayette County. So folks in South Solon over towards Midway, you are still under this tornado warning, and that extends for the next about 15 to 20 minutes or so. But you notice this edge of this line. In fact, you're probably starting to see in Madison County the really dark skies right now, and the winds, those outflow winds, starting to pick up out ahead of this line of storms. And so you're going to notice that is your indication you need to get indoors now. You want to get to the innermost room of the house, something away from the westward facing, especially doors and windows. You want to get to a room that doesn't have any doors or windows. And if you can, get down into a basement. The lowest level is the best spot to be in. Right now, I'm noticing that we've had wind gust reports with some of these storms that have been pushing through that we've been tracking in excess of 50 miles an hour already. So again, we have this tornado warning that does extend for the very far northwest corner of Fayette County until 5:15. This also includes the southwest corner of Madison County, and that extends until 5:15. Besides the possibility of a tornado, this is a radar indicated tornado. We actually saw a little bit earlier, a little bit of that hook feature starting to show up as it was passing just to the north of Xenia near the Yellow Springs area, and as it was pushing off towards the east. Rob Sneed was down in Jeffersonville. You heard the tornado sirens going off in that area. We've got Dan Perlman, who's out by Springfield right now. We're going to hook up with him in a minute and see what it's like in that area, because it is getting stormier and stormier, starting to head into portions of Madison County. We're also starting to see, Tara, if we could pull out just a little bit, some of these showers and thunderstorms starting to develop out near Dublin. We've got a couple of these little pop-ups starting to develop as well. So our temperatures have warmed up. We've got up to 58 so far, but the push of warm and moist air out ahead of this line is going to kind of feed it over the next couple of hours. So that evening commute is going to get very active, unfortunately, for our area. And I expect, Tara, that this is probably not going to be our only warning cell that we have. This cell has gone back and forth between having a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. And again, this one extends until 5:15 this evening.
5:15. So again, just a reminder, this is for you folks in the southwestern corner of Madison County. So folks in the northern part of the county, say if you live north of London, West Jefferson, Mechanicsburg, I would say still keep an eye out, obviously, because you do have some of that heavy rain and stormy weather on the way, which again, all these storms have the potential to produce at least damaging wind gusts and larger sized hail. But again, officially under the warning, folks in the southwestern part of the county, that's where the radar kind of shows that rotation within that storm approaching from the west, South Solon, Midway area, and yes, folks around London as well. Just, stay aware, stay in that lowest level of your home, away from windows, an interior closet, the inside of the house, away from those exterior walls. Of course, the safest place to go. And I know a lot of folks are saying, I don't have a basement, where do I go? So again, that's why we say even a hallway, just as long as it's away from the windows and interior section of of your home. That's the safest place to be. Again, you just want to put as many walls between you and that storm as possible. Maybe grab a blanket or a pillow on the way just to be safe. No official word yet that a funnel cloud, I guess, has been spotted, Dave, right?
There is not yet, but I just did notice that they are canceling the warning portion for, we just saw it pop up.
Oh, there we go, for Fayette County.
So if you're in Jeffersonville, you are in the semi-clear, and I stress that very carefully, because if you are in Jeffersonville, just because the warning has been canceled, it does not mean that you're actually in the clear. Notice this stuff just to the west of you coming in on 35 right here. This is a very strong to severe thunderstorm that's coming in. Strong gusty winds, the possibility of seeing hail as well. But they have kind of moved back this tornado warning because the cell that we're watching is just to the north, and this thing's going to continue to head right towards London. It's only about 15 miles away right now. I want to head out to Dan Perlman. Dan is in the Storm Team 4 Mobile Weather Lab powered by the Waterworks. Dan, last I heard you were near Springfield. Where are you at, and what are you seeing this afternoon?
Yeah, absolutely. Right now we're just east of Springfield on I-70 headed toward Madison County. I want to show you exactly what we see out the front of our weather lab, and you can see the rain just absolutely barreling down on this part of the state at this moment. Again, we are in Clark County approaching Madison County. You can see a car over there in the lane ahead of us with its hazards on. Lots of cars like that, both directions. Traffic is moving at a very slow pace at this hour. Of course, this rain just hit this part of the area here within the last 10 or 15 minutes. It came very quickly. We saw some lightning, and then we saw this rain. Of course, this is what is headed directly toward Columbus. Again, out as you see, looking east on I-70. Traffic moving very slow, as we are as well. It's almost hard to get a clear shot because the rain is coming down at such a rapid clip. But again, this is the storm that is moving toward Madison County. We are following it there. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on this as it moves back in toward the Columbus area, guys.
Dan, thank you very much, and please, please, please be safe out there this afternoon. Obviously, we want to make sure that everyone stays safe. That's why, we always ask for pictures. I don't want pictures. If you have to get outside in this dangerous stuff, that is not worth it. One thing that we are looking at, Live Viper radar, we have the technology to be able to go in and dissect rain, wind, hail inside of a cell. And as Dan was talking, Tara and I were just looking at this right now. And notice it's showing some very strong winds. This is just south. Dan's on 70, just to the east of Springfield, right in this area right now. And he said he's got very heavy rain falling right now. And it is the potential of about half-inch diameter hail. But just to the south, we're showing on Live Viper radar the potential of 58+ mile-an-hour winds. And check out this one right there in the middle. Tara clicked on this a minute ago, and it was showing higher winds with the potential of 60 to 70+ mile-an-hour winds with this cell as it is pushing off. So this again is the cell that we have a tornado warning in effect. This is basically for the western and southwestern corner right here of Madison County. That extends until 5:15 this evening for about the next 13 minutes or so. Even if this tornado warning does eventually get expired, this is still going to be a very dangerous cell. You notice on Live Viper radar, we've got this Boeing feature starting to make its way in towards central Madison County, in towards London right now, and that's going to produce very strong gusty winds. I've seen reports already that we've had 50+ mile-per-hour winds as well. I am seeing also right here that in Clark County there was a report. There is being reports right now of wind damage, possibly with a tornado from Clark County off towards our west right now. So that is something we're watching out for. Obviously, with this cell, that's why we have the tornado warning that is in effect. So this is a very serious situation right now if you're in Madison County. Also, if you're starting to move, if we can move up on the map here for a second, Tara, and move up towards Union County as well, because this line does extend to the north up towards Marysville. You can see Mechanicsburg right now, Choctaw Lake over towards Mechanicsburg. We've got strong thunderstorms as well. And then as we move out a little bit, you start to notice some of these rain showers and thunderstorms continuing to develop in parts of northern Franklin and southern Delaware County. So this cell, if we can zoom back down here into Fayette County by Jeffersonville for a minute, that is where our Rob Sneed is tonight. Just a few minutes ago, we checked in with Rob. And Rob, you heard the tornado sirens going off. I assume they're done now since the warning is over, but you guys, the sky's looking pretty dark to the west now, correct?
I had a hard time hearing your question, Dave. I do apologize, but I will say that the wind is starting to pick up at the moment. The rain is starting to also pick up. These dark clouds from the storm, they are rolling in, as you can see, just above the tree line up here. They are moving in. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we did hear sirens, but those sirens have since stopped. But I did speak with the family who I spoke with earlier. They said they are still picking up their dog, they're picking up their kids, and they are still getting out of here. They're still going to go to the restaurant in the basement that their family owns, because they said it's all about being safe out here. When these winds start to come in, again, you risk the fact that there are so many trees out here in this community, in this neighborhood. I mean, you can just see just over here earlier from the rain, that branch right there just kind of snapped. It's a small one, but that's just kind of an example, a small example of a larger problem out here with all of these trees. And a lot of these homes are ranch-style homes. A lot of these homes do not have basements, so it's definitely nerve-wracking to the people who live out here. Of course, we want to stay out here, and if things get too bad for us, we will too seek shelter, because that's what you're supposed to do in dangerous situations. Back to you.
And Rob, we are continuing to watch this cell, and we've got I'm going to go back over to Tara for a second. Tara, it appears that we have a brand new issued tornado warning, and this does extend across Madison County now for the next half hour or so, correct?
And that is in effect now until 5:30, so later on this evening. So that does include the London area. Again, we were talking about you folks in London a little earlier. You were just kind of right on the edge of that official tornado warning that was in effect till 5:15. That's now been extended for another 15 minutes. That does include the London area and West Jefferson, heading into West Jefferson. So just gives you an idea, again, of the direction that storm is going, obviously heading in from the west. It's been in effect near Springfield, south of there, kind of in between there and Xenia, and it does have a path taking it right toward the London area. So a possible tornado is what we're talking about here, radar indicated, and that will be heading your way, that particular storm. You're already starting to see some of the heavy rain, the wind picking up, so go ahead and just right now, if you're not already in that safe area, your basement, if you don't have a basement, interior room, the lowest level of your home, don't run upstairs and hide under the bed or in the bathroom upstairs, just stay downstairs, or if it's a one level, of course, just stay in that interior room, coat closet, bathroom, as long as it doesn't have windows. That storm will continue to push off to the east and head toward the West Jefferson area. And again, so we're talking Madison County, that tornado warning in effect for Madison County until 5:30. Where does it go from there? Well, the neighboring county is Franklin County, obviously. So we'll wait and see. Hopefully the storm will continue to weaken along the way. We'll start to weaken along the way, but we're watching folks next in Franklin County, maybe northern Pickaway County, because that line, again, as we kind of zoom out, you can see it stretches all the way from, it's a little bit less intense to the north here toward Marysville, but it is really maintaining that intensity, possible rotation through Madison County, the London area, and stretching all the way down now into the northwestern corner of Fayette County. Again, not technically included in that tornado warning, but obviously you're getting the heavy rain and probably some gusty wind, lots of thunder and lightning, and I would say just stay in that safe spot. That's why we say even during a severe thunderstorm warning, it's always possible coming out of that we could see a tornado warning being issued. That storm at any time could start to produce rotation, and so that's why even when we talk about a severe thunderstorm warning, you just want to be in that safe spot just in case, because again, that storm, it will be moving through Madison County, that northern part of Fayette County, and heading eventually that line as a whole into Pickaway County and Franklin County. So we'll be tracking it all along the way with you, Dave.
Yeah, and continuing on this tornado warning in Madison County, the location of it was near South Charleston, which is just off towards the southwest of London, right about in this area down, right down 42 right in here. And that's going to continue to move right up into London in about the next minute or two. That's the area Doppler radar indicated tornado. I was noticing as well from some of the reports, this is very important, that we have had possible tornado wind damage in parts of Clark County. Also near the Xenia area, there were several trees that were down across the area. Police enforcement or law enforcement were reporting that in that area down near 68 and 235 near Xenia. So this is the same cell that we are tracking moving right into London right now. You notice on our rain, wind, and hail right here showing a little bit of strong winds. Right, how far out is this from London? Probably about another 5 minutes or so, if that, from London right here, showing 58 or severe winds or higher here. We could be talking 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds also with this cell as it continues to move in towards London. If you're traveling along I-70, if you're heading in towards London and I-70, it's going to be a bad go. Our Dan Perlman has been on 70 traveling east of Springfield. Dan, where are you guys right now, and what are you seeing on the roads? I know it is probably getting worse where you're at.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And if you can see what we see right now, you might be able to also hear the hail starting to come down and hit our car. We're about 5 miles north of London. As again, we're on US 56. We did just get off of I-70. The rain absolutely picking up in this area. As I mentioned, there is hail starting to hit us. I'm not sure if you can hear it through my microphone as we do pull to the side of the road here. I'm going to show you the rooftop camera as well, and you might be able to see toward the bottom of your screen a little bit of that starting to fall where we are and starting to build up on the side of the road here. Several cars, as you see out this way, are also pulled over or moving very slowly as they approach I-70. Again, we are about 4.5, maybe 5 miles north of London at this point. The lightning absolutely picking up, the rain and the hail all hitting us at this exact moment. Now, we began in Springfield, making our way toward Madison County and back toward the Columbus area. I can tell you the storm, it started with a lot of lightning. We felt the wind pick up. Of course, it got a little bit colder. And then all of a sudden, the rain that you are seeing out the front of our weather lab right now. So what we're going to do, if we get a clearing, is make our way a little bit closer to London to show you what it looks like there. I know you said, Dave and Tara, that that's where a lot of this storm is coming. So if we get a little bit of a break, we're going to head that way, and we'll show you what it looks like once we get there.
Dan, thank you very much. Please, please, please be safe as you guys are driving back and forth inside of this storm. Obviously, you guys are right behind the worst of it right now. I do want to indicate, obviously, the tornado-warned area does include I-70 heading over towards London, just to the north right here. If you're familiar with that truck stop that's in that area right near the 42 exit, that is mile marker 79. That's the area right in here that's going to start to see that stronger, right in this area right here, that's going to continue to see the stronger part of this cell starting to make its way in. If you're in London right now, you are dealing with the worst of this. It is starting to move in towards West Jeff. Conditions are going to get significantly worse in West Jeff in about the next 5 minutes or so. Winds will start to pick up. You could, as Dan Perlman was just showing us with audio also, you could hear the hail that is falling out there as well on the Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab powered by the Waterworks as they are driving in towards this storm. Again, over towards the Dayton area, we've had several reports now of 50+ mile-an-hour wind reports. We've also had several reports around Xenia north up towards Yellow Springs of wind damage from trees being damaged in that area, possible tornadic damage, something we'll have to go back and look at with some of the storm report survey crews that go out there. But again, we have this tornado warning in effect for Madison County. That is going until 5:30 this evening. This does include folks in London, in Midway, in West Jefferson. And as of right now, this does not extend into Franklin County yet. But when it does, if it does, and when it does, you will hear the sirens going off here in the county as well. If you're in the western portion of Franklin County over towards Galloway, Grove City, up towards Dublin, Powell, you will start to hear those sirens going off. Even if this is not a tornado-warned cell, this is going to be a very dangerous cell that is moving in. It has had a history of producing hail, very strong winds that have produced damage already today, and several times we have had Doppler radar indicated tornadoes, meaning that on radar they're showing indication of some rotation with it, not to say that it's actually rotated and we've got the tornado on the ground. So we have not had a confirmed report as of yet of that tornado actually being on the ground. I'm noticing right now, Tara, that it's showing an expiration for, that may be for the first tornado warning that we had for Clark Green and Madison County. As of right now, though, we still have the second tornado warning box right here, this one that extends all the way to the Franklin County area. That extends until 5:30 this evening for this cell. And again, we have been tracking this through parts of Clark, also Champaign counties where we've had tornado damage, or at least what it's indicated as tornado damage, possible tornado wind damage in that area. And this cell is now in Madison County, moving through London. This is moving right in towards West Jefferson along 42 and 70. So if you live in this area, if you live on the west side of Columbus, if you're near Hilliard, if you're near Grove City, this is your time to get ready. Even if we do not actually end up having a tornado-warned cell, there is the potential of seeing very strong gusty winds. And as this thing has shown us in the past past hour or two, it has had a history, Tara, of producing at least inch and a half diameter size hail, which is about golf ball to ping pong ball size hail. And that's still what's showing up here as we investigate inside of this storm with rain, wind, and hail. These purple dots right here are showing where the potential of half-inch diameter hail is. And you can see those especially in parts of Madison County, moving through London right now and over towards West Jeff. Even this little spot right there, just off towards the south and west of the main line, that's showing the potential of even larger hail like we have seen confirmed already. You can see in the box next to me or right behind me here, that is from the Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab powered by the Waterworks. Dan Perlman has been out in that vehicle driving right behind this line of storms. He is using every precaution to stay safe as he is driving through this evening. They're on a back road right now just to get off the highway where they can go a little bit slower on speeds. Our Rob Sneed has been down in Jeffersonville where they had the sirens going off earlier this afternoon as they were under the warning. You can see it does extend just to the north right now of Midway and Mount Sterling. This cell that's moving through London right now, and then you can see some of the stronger cells. If we could zoom into this corner right down here, Tara, right by, right in that area, if we could zoom in a little bit closer, you can see by Madison Lake and just off towards the south and east heading in towards Big Plain, we've got some strong thunderstorms this evening. And Tara, these are not far away from Franklin County. We've got the evening commute, the Tuesday evening commute going on, and this is really going to, at minimum, make for a very big driving hazard tonight as well.
I know, at minimum, as you said, because we've got the heavy rain, we know that, we've got the thunder and lightning and probably the wind picking up too, but now we're talking about a tornado warning in place just to the west there in Madison County, and that line is heading right toward Franklin County. So as you were talking about from West Jefferson, obviously you're seeing that rain really starting to pick up in intensity, the wind likely picking up as well. Folks in Hilliard, Grove City, even Commercial Point, Mount Sterling area there to the south and kind of right near the county line. Even though the activity isn't looking too bad just yet, you just want to get into that safe spot just in case, because that line is headed your way. And again, does show signs, some of these storms here within this line show signs of rotation. And again, whenever the National Weather Service does issue those tornado warnings, that means it is radar indicated. It doesn't mean officially that there is a funnel cloud touching down, but that could certainly be a good possibility here once we do see that rotation showing up on radar. And Dave, as you mentioned too, there's already been a history of some damage with these storms, this line of storms as it was moving near the Xenia area, again near the same area which 44 years ago today at around 4:40, I think it was in the afternoon, that terrible day that folks had to get through there with that string of tornadoes that touched down through the region. And again, this line is moving through now, passing off to the east through Madison County. That tornado warning does run until 5:30, so we've got a little less than 15 minutes now on that, and we'll wait and see what happens here with this line. It really does look like it's trying to maintain that intensity. It doesn't really show any good significant signs of weakening as it's at least approaching that central and southern part of Franklin County, moving in from the west.
Yeah, and right now we're going to continue to watch. It seems like the worst of it's down to the south. You can see over towards Mount Sterling right now. We've got a couple of those brighter purple colors showing up, and more linear or straight line events showing up there where we'd have more wind damage starting to move in towards the southeastern corner now of Madison County, and that would be heading over into parts of Pickaway County as well this evening or this afternoon, heading into the evening hours. So if you're in Mount Sterling right now, this is an area that I think, again, you are going to have just a couple of minutes, if that, 2-3 minutes to head indoors. Again, this is not an area up in Mount Sterling that is under a tornado warning right now, but you notice right here, a leading edge of this, you can see it's kind of like a backwards C shape here. That is a bowing feature, and what happens with that is the winds are so strong behind it, they're starting to push on this, and that line starts to get that bow that starts to develop. That's an indication of some strong gusty winds. You can see as we go into this, this is also showing between the wind, rain, and hail, the potential of hail starting to move near Bloomingburg just to the north, also back towards Jeffersonville right now. We'll have to see if we can get back in with Rob Sneed in just a minute. He is down in that area, I believe right near Jeffersonville, so we'll check out at the back if we can get up with him again in a second. But over towards Mount Sterling, I expect that you are at minimum going to see strong gusty winds, and we are going to continue to see the potential of hail as well. We've got on the phone right now, who is that we've got on the phone? I'm sorry, Judy. We've got Roger Roberts from the Madison County EMA. Sir, how are you doing tonight, and what are you dealing with in the county?
I'm doing really well, David. I can barely hear you. I'm sorry.
If you could hear me, what are you guys seeing right now in Madison County? And have you had any storm reports or damage reports from anything?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some reports of some pea-sized hail out towards Madison, or out towards Choctaw Lake. We earlier had a spotting of a funnel cloud coming from South Charleston with no touchdown. Other than that, what we're seeing is the strong winds and the rain with some lightning for the rest of the county so far.
And it appears that most of this is moving out. Now, have you guys had several reports also of flooding in the county as well with this line coming through? I know you said hail and possible funnel that didn't touch down. What about flooding?
Well, we'd actually had some reports of some lower level flooding earlier in the day today with some of our streets. And I'm certain that this is just going to compound that. I'm not aware of any of the county roads that are closed at this point in time yet due to flooding.
All right, Roger Roberts, Madison County EMA Director, thank you so much for checking in with us. If you do get a chance, sir, to again later on check back in with us if you guys do get any reports of damage. But that just kind of gives you an indication. He said that there was a report of a funnel cloud near South Charleston that is just off towards the south and west of London, and it did not touch down. However, we've had strong gusty winds in that area and also some reports of pea-sized hail. You notice this line now starting to move into the southeast corner near Mount Sterling. That's going to continue to push off towards the east over the next couple of minutes. So in Mount Sterling, you've got about a minute or two before this cell is right into your backyard. You're probably already noticing the wind starting to pick up in that area. Again, we still have this tornado warning that continues until 5:30 this evening for Madison County. If we can zoom that out just a little bit and show you guys that line that continues to move over towards parts of Pickaway and Franklin County. And Tara, I'm noticing there's some strong thunderstorms to the north as well. First, you know what, though? I'm going to go to Dan Perlman. We've got Dan Perlman. Sorry, Tara, we'll get back to you in a second. Dan Perlman is live this evening in the Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab powered by the Waterworks. Dan, you are heading back from Springfield. Where are you guys right now on the roads, and what are you guys experiencing?
Well, right now we are on State Route 142, and if you listen very closely, you can actually now hear the tornado sirens here on the eastern side of London. The rain itself has actually died down a little bit. If you were watching about 10 minutes ago, it has died down compared to what we saw just a few minutes ago. However, there is, as you heard Roger, the EMA director, say, a lot of ponding, a lot of flooding in this area, especially off to the side of the roads. Again, I want you, if you can, listen very closely. You might be able to hear that siren. I'll actually try lowering my window so you can hear it. Obviously a sign if you are in Madison County, especially on the eastern side of London, you may want to get to your safe spot right now as we head east again out of the county back toward Columbus on State Route 142. If you look off in the distance there, you can see the visibility. That has been an issue throughout the evening. Visibility around where we are can come and go very quickly. So something to be aware of if you are getting ready to either leave work or leave home or head out for the evening. This is something that will definitely impact your drive. As we take a look out of the roof of the camera here, you can see some of the flooding there off to the side of where we are and on the side of the road there. Visibility where we are slightly better than what it was earlier, as you see a little bit more of the flooding. But again, this is something that you're going to have to deal with. Be ready for the visibility to drop instantly. Of course, we're going to continue to head east toward Columbus. Dave and Tara will let you know what we see as we get closer to that area.
Dan, thank you very much for those incredible looking pictures this afternoon in the video that you're getting out there. Dan is continuing to move over into Franklin County, basically following right behind this line of storms right now, which is entering into the county. We just heard thunder just a second ago above our building as well. So again, we have this tornado warning that is in effect for Madison County. That extends for about another 7 or 8 minutes. Now the next threat that's going to be is starting to move into parts of Pickaway and also into Franklin County as well. We are watching this storm. You can see already starting to develop from Hilliard towards Grove City down towards Commercial Point. We're starting to see it near Mount Sterling as well. I'd been mentioning, look at this, a very heavy return starting to show up. I would imagine that a lot of times when you get hail that's falling inside of these cells, you start to see on the hail tracker here, obviously, that's what we're picking up from Midway, basically just to the south of US 42. We've had that line of where that's a line of hail has been showing up on the hail tracker there, and it's also showing the potential of some pretty large sized hail moving in towards the Mount Sterling area. So that is going to be the next area of concern. strong gusty winds, hail in excess of 1 inch to maybe upwards of 2-inch diameter hail showing up right here as we're investigating into this storm. And you notice here this very dark colors here, the dark purples, also the black showing up. What happens inside of the radar is when it gets those very reflective things like an ice stone, a piece of hail, those reflect back at the radar really strong, and that's when you get these bigger returns starting to show up. So I would definitely assume that there is hail falling right here from Mount Sterling down towards the south, heading over back towards Bloomingburg. And in that area, that's where our Rob Sneed has been this afternoon, down in the Jeffersonville area in northern Fayette County. And it looks a little bit better there, Rob, right now. But what have you guys gone through in the last half hour there?
It's kind of weird that the rain is kind of like picking up like a light switch. 1 minute it's coming down extremely hard. The next minute it's soft like it is right now. We heard Dan Perlman mention earlier about the visibility. These drivers who are driving through downtown Jeffersonville at the moment, many of them have their wipers as high as they can go, as fast as they can go, rather, because of this very reason.
Yes, and sorry about that, Rob. We wanted to come back in. We just had a newly issued tornado warning that has now been issued. So that tornado warning that we were dealing with has now been extended into Franklin County. We'll have the latest popping up on that in just a second. This is a newly issued tornado warning. This does include southwestern Franklin County. This includes northwestern Pickaway County, the area that we've been talking about. There it is right there. This does include up to Upper Arlington, downtown Columbus, Grove City, down to Commercial Point. This is for the same area, the same part of the storm that we have been tracking over the last 45 minutes or so. So the risks here with this storm is located 7 miles to the north right now of Mount Sterling. Right in this area here is where we have the tornado warn cell. That is going to continue to push off towards the east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. That would be right just south of downtown Columbus if it kept on that track right in this area here. And that's going to continue to move to the east. If you're in Grove City, Commercial Point, over towards Obetz, Groveport, even the southern parts of Columbus, you want to get to your safe spot right now. This is a very dangerous cell. As we talked to the EMA director in Madison County a few minutes ago, they said they did have a report just south of London of seeing a funnel cloud that did not touch down. This is the same part of this cell right here that's going to continue to push into southern Franklin County as we speak. This thing will continue to produce very strong gusty winds, possibility of hail as well, and we could see very heavy blinding rain. So that's another very major concern with this cell as it's moving off towards the east right now. Again, this is 7 miles north of Mount Sterling. Here's Mount Sterling here, about 7 miles to the north. So we're going to estimate about 6 to 7 miles off towards the south and west of Grove City. And that does have the potential of producing hail. But as I mentioned, heavy rainfall as well. You don't think of that as a concern, but you're not going to see this. If there is a tornado inside of this cell, you are not going to be able to see it. You can see our sky cam right behind from the Levesque Tower there. Very dark, lowering clouds outside. So if we do have a storm, if we do have a tornado or a funnel cloud, it may be rain wrapped in this area. And Tara, that could be an especially major concern as this cell moves into Franklin County. Folks looking for it and not seeing it.
Exactly. And hopefully folks are not looking out the window right now that are under this tornado warning. Again, that warning for Franklin County going until, what was that time? 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock this evening. And we'll, of course, continue to be on here tracking that storm along with you. But, of course, this just means basically the rotation was indicated within the radar here. So we're talking about the northern part, now northwestern part, heading down into Pickaway County and southwestern Franklin County. That's where the rotation was sensed on radar, and that does not necessarily mean just yet that a funnel may be touching down, but it is certainly possible here. So you need to be in that safe spot, lowest level of your home, away from the windows, a hallway, a coat closet, just anywhere, as long as you can put as many walls between you and that storm as possible. That's the best place to be, obviously, as the storm continues to roll through. So it is pushing to the east. Again, we're talking about folks even around Columbus, Upper Arlington, of course, Galloway, Grove City, all included in this particular tornado warning. You all are in the path of this storm. The strongest of the activity and where the rotation has been detected is more to the south, just to the south of Columbus. But I would say, again, just be in that safe spot just in case, as this band of storms, because even if we're not looking at rotation within these storms here to the north, within this line, you're still getting the heavy rain, the possibility of some damaging wind gusts, at least 60 miles an hour, and even some larger sized hail. So you need be inside. That's certainly the safest place to be, obviously, at this point. The storm moving to the east, and so we'll continue to track it as it moves through the rest of Franklin County, Columbus, again, Upper Arlington, Commercial Point. So obviously we're talking about you folks down here in Pickaway County as well. We've seen some intense weather move through Mount Sterling, approaching eventually the Asheville area, where we've seen some flooding from the first round of rain earlier today. We've seen that spread all over the region from the warm front lifting in earlier. And again, we've got that heavy rain and the possibility of some rotation within these storms approaching Commercial Point, and again, that southwestern part of Franklin County up through Grove City and Galloway, Dave.
Yeah, and as Tara was mentioning, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning. That's in the orange down here. We don't want to forget about you. That's for Fayette, Madison, and Pickaway counties. That extends until 6 o'clock tonight. Obviously, the major concern is this part of the cell right here, just south of Grove City near the Pleasant Corners area. If you're familiar with that, the Grove City exit 665 and 71, that's where the cell is crossing right now near the Harrisburg and Orient exit, and that's going to continue to push towards the east. So if you're in this area, if you head down, what is that over there? That's 665 right there. If you're heading over towards Lockbourne, over towards Rickenbacker, towards the airport, this is the area right now that you need to, if you live in this area, you need to head to the innermost room of your house immediately. This is a fast moving cell. It's only about 2 to 3 miles away, so you've got about a minute or two to get to that innermost room of the house. We stress lowest level possible. Basements are ideal. First floor, innermost room, a closet, an inside bathroom, one that does not have windows, exterior walls preferably. You don't want any of that around you. You want the innermost room. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside of that house. This cell has had a history of at least producing some wind damage off towards the west. We've had a couple of reports now of funnel clouds with this that have not touched down yet. And this is a very dangerous cell, also with the potential of producing hail. So you do not want to go near a window. You have wind that's driving a 1.5-inch diameter hailstone that could put it right through a window. This is a very dangerous situation, and this is going to continue to cross to the east, and that'll move through Lockbourne, eventually just to the south of Obetz. Grove City seeing some strong thunderstorms as well, and this is moving away from Harrisburg and Orient right now down 665, so that's going to be moving over towards Lockbourne. I would anticipate in about the next 5 minutes or so into Lockbourne, and then eventually that will continue to move across Rickenbacker over towards Groveport, Lithopolis, and then eventually back over towards Carroll with the same part of the cell. Tara, if we can move back, just thank you very much, just a little bit. I wanted to show you guys this cell does continue all the way up through the outer belt. You can see on the west side here from Dublin over towards Powell. We've got strong thunderstorms. This is serious too, right in here. This is strong winds that are pushing through, but the big concern is down towards the south part of the outer belt this evening into southern Franklin and also northern Pickaway County, where we have this very dangerous cell just north of Commercial Point right now, and this is pushing off towards the east at about 45 miles an hour, meaning it could pick up and drive about a mile every about minute and 15 seconds or so. So if you're 2-3 miles away only, you're going to see this cell coming in the next 2 to 3 minutes. Eventually it will be making its way towards, like I said, over towards Lithopolis, Carroll, not under the warning right now, but you have time to prepare for this cell. This has been a cell that we have been watching pretty much throughout most of the afternoon. And Tara, we have seen this cell produce wind damage near Xenia and Yellow Springs. Also a lot of hail damage as well, or hail reports, I should say, out near the Dayton area earlier this afternoon.
Exactly. We've had reports of hail, at least ping pong ball sized. And I mean, that's getting into 1 to 2 inch in diameter. And so certainly that's why these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings have been issued. Of course, the tornado warnings because of the possibility of rotation that's been detected on radar within these storms, and the severe thunderstorm warning, which again is in effect also. We're talking about the tornado warning for folks in the extreme northern part of Pickaway County, Franklin County, and then this orange shading here over Asheville and down toward the Williamsport area, including Mount Sterling as well, where we've seen that band of intense storms moving through. That's where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, which should be taken just as seriously, of course. So that means you just need to stay inside, away from those windows, an interior room, away from the exterior walls, safest place to be. And just stay put until the activity pushes through. It has been moving through pretty quickly. I think, 50, 55 or so miles an hour. I've seen, as we've been tracking these storms as they really kind of began, as they started to enter the state, moving through the Dayton area a little bit earlier in the 4 o'clock hour. And we were tracking this all along the way. And we knew that we were going to have that possibility of rotation within these storms here today. And that's why those tornado warnings, because, they've maintained their intensity, that's for sure. And as you were mentioning, too, as we kind of zoom out, you can see, I mean, folks even up into Delaware County, northern Delaware County getting some pretty intense rain and probably the wind picking up, lots of thunder and lightning. But the most intense part of this line right now is focused to the south from Columbus, again, especially down here where you start to see these purples and the black color showing up here, that lighter purple that indicates the possibility of not only certainly some hail, of course, the heavy rain, but also we've been seeing those little hook features showing up from time to time, which does indicate the possibility of some rotation happening within the storm, the shifting wind happening, and that could mean a tornado or a funnel cloud is trying to form. So folks, again, in Grove City, you've seen that intense weather pushing through. Lockbourne, Commercial Point, just a heads up again, you've got that heavy rain and line of intense storms approaching you all in Asheville as well, and that will continue to press on off to the east. Folks in Obetz, Groveport, Canal Winchester, Lithopolis eventually, and eventually getting into the Pickerington area. That rain and stormy weather is really going to be picking up as we head through the next, say, half an hour or so.
Yeah, and you notice, Tara, also in our camera shot that's right behind me now, you can see in our tower camera from the Levesque Tower, the visibilities are dropping quickly outside. So as we look down towards the south, right along 23, the worst of this cell, basically near the Scioto Downs right now, and that's right on 23 there near 665 and 317. And you can see the rain is coming into downtown right now at the same time. Downtown Columbus is under a tornado warning at this time as well. Not all of the county is. So if you're hearing the tornado sirens in the northern part of the county, you are not technically under a tornado warning at this time. However, there's still the potential of seeing some very strong, severe weather in all of Franklin County, Delaware County, Pickaway County, still under a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Pickaway County. We've had reports coming in, train spotters reporting penny-sized or 3/4 inch diameter hail now fall, just being reported in a couple of minutes ago in the Grove City area. So we're getting reports of hail starting to develop as well as this cell continues to push across the county. You can see as we investigate this on Live Viper radar here, you see these purple colors showing about a 1/2 inch to 1 inch diameter hail in this area. That would be confirmed by what we're getting from the train spotters now, starting to report this coming in through Grove City. This is the same part that just pushed through. So if you're from a line from Obetz down towards Lockbourne, also down to Asheville, like Tara has been mentioning, you need to be prepared right now. Strong gusty winds at a minimum, and at least penny-sized to maybe quarter-sized hail is possible. So we're talking about 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch diameter hail at minimum possible with this cell as it pushes off towards the east. If you've left stuff outside, leave it outside. Now you need to get to that innermost room of the house. You want to get away from the doors and windows inside the house. Do not look westward because that is where this line is coming from. It is going to continue to move over towards Lockbourne right now, as I said. That will eventually move towards Groveport. You can see right here over towards eventually towards Canal Winchester, Lithopolis, right along the 33 corridor towards Carroll, Pickerington as well. And this cell right now, this area is not currently under a tornado warning as of this minute. But again, I would expect that this warning at minimum may be extended as a severe thunderstorm warning. So the severe threat will encompass all of Franklin County off towards the east and eventually into parts of Fairfield County as well. I'm noticing we're getting a little bit of flickering of the lights in here as well. So we're getting lightning outside. We're getting very intense rainfall that I could hear outside of the building here in Columbus. We're just north of campus right now. So I would expect, and there's that new tornado warning that was just issued. I was just mentioning we have a brand new tornado warning that has been extended now for Fairfield, Franklin, Licking, and Pickaway counties. This extends until 6 o'clock like the previous warning. This goes almost all the way off towards the east near Buckeye Lake this evening. Again, this tornado warning was just issued for parts of Franklin County. This is southeast Franklin County, northwest Fairfield County, north central Pickaway County, and northwestern Licking County until 6 o'clock. The worst of this storm is located now right near Groveport. You can see on your screen visibilities have dropped like that downtown in Columbus as we are seeing very heavy rain. Also the possibility not only of Doppler radar indicated tornado with this, radar is indicating rotation with the cell near Groveport right now. There is also the possibility of quarter-sized hail, intense rain and lightning, and strong gusty winds at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So again, the areas that are impacted or in the potential of this are obviously Columbus right now, Reynoldsburg, Grove City, over towards Pickerington, Canal Winchester, Lithopolis. The cell right now located right near Groveport and eventually will continue to push off towards the east. Tara, this was racing to the east at
really
now
is.
55 to 60 miles per hour. And this cell has had a history of wind and hail damage or causing wind and hail damage across the western parts of the state this afternoon.
That's right. And that's why the situation is changing so quickly. We've seen these warnings being issued just one right after the other because this line at least is moving through pretty quickly. So at least it's not lasting forever here like earlier today when we had the warm front lifting in. Obviously not quite as severe of a situation, but led to all that flooding. We had that slow moving, just training rain earlier, and now we're starting to see, of course, that round moved out. We had a little bit of sunshine peeking out, temperatures warming up a little bit, especially off to the south. And that's a situation after we get, say, one round of storms, heavy rain or storms. We don't like to see that, even though you think, oh, it looks nice. The sun is coming out now. We're warming up a little bit. We don't like to see that because that just helps fuel the atmosphere even more. We've got all the dynamics here just kind of working together. A cold front on the way, still back off to the west, that has yet to pass through the area. And so many folks are wondering, again, how long is this going to last? Are we going to have to worry about this while we're sleeping tonight? The good news is at least we're going to see most of this starting to push away by, say, around midnight or so. But again, for now, we have to worry about the possibility of a tornado, mainly over now the southern part, southeastern corner of Franklin County, getting into areas close to Pickerington, Canal Winchester, Lithopolis, Carroll area. Again, that's why that tornado warning was extended going until 6 o'clock this evening for folks in Licking County. That is correct. Yeah, Licking County. And again, also including Pickaway County to the south, Fairfield County. That runs until 6 o'clock. And you can see all the areas surrounded in red. That's where you need to take cover and just stay inside away from the windows just to be safe.
And Tara, the areas off towards the west, Madison, also western Franklin County, those have been removed from the tornado warning area. So it really is this part of the storm right here from Groveport down to the south and kind of hooking back around or curving back around towards Lockburn, eventually down 317 as you head over towards Canal Winchester. If you're in this area right now from Canal down towards Lithopolis, Pickerington, up towards Reynoldsburg, the winds already have picked up in that area. You see gusts 30, 40, 50 miles an hour. You need to take cover now. Head indoors, grab the kids, get inside, away from westward facing windows and doors. You want to get to the innermost room of the house. We've been stressing this because it is important. Not only has this storm had the potential radar indicated, Doppler radar indicated tornado, so showing rotation on radar, and you can see that little cell right here over by Lockbourne, but it's also produced hail and strong gusty winds. I want to head out to our Ted Hart now, who's in southern Franklin County. Ted, where exactly are you at? The sky looks incredible behind you, and what have you seen so far going through your area?
I couldn't make that out, Dave, but we are on 23. This is Route 23, just north of the Pickaway County line. We're in Franklin County. About 5 minutes ago, just pelted by hail, probably about quarter-size hail. Just came down like crazy for a couple of minutes, and then that let up heavy rain. And now we're just into rain, but you can see the edge of the clouds there and the heavy rain that is behind it. We're taking shelter at this point. We got off of 23, as did a lot of motorists. Most have gotten back on now, and they're back on the road. But for at least a brief time there, it was extremely dangerous with the hail and the heavy rain that came through.
Ted, and outside right now, we're looking, you can see where those heavy rain shafts are right behind you there. It looks like there's some heavy rain that's falling just off towards, I believe that would be to your east right there.
That's right, to the east. You can see the lines. And that's the rain that just pelted us. And to the west, it's just gray. I don't really see anything too foreboding to the west, but as that front came through, like I said, it was crazy for a few minutes there with the hail and the heavy rain and the gusts of wind. Caused a lot of folks here on 23 to jump off the road at least for a few minutes to take precautions.
Thank you very much. That's our Ted Hart in southern Franklin County this afternoon, where we still have a tornado warning that is in effect. This extends until 6 o'clock tonight. Tornado warning. If we can move back just for a second here, Tara, I want to show the area that's under this tornado warning. This does include parts of Fairfield County from Lithopolis over towards Carroll, Baltimore, north of Lancaster. Lancaster is not currently under the tornado warning. This does extend almost all the way over towards Buckeye Lake, and then does include the southern parts of Licking County all the way up towards Pataskala. This is until 6 o'clock tonight. This is for this very strong line of storms. The worst of it right now making its way over towards Canal Winchester, right along 33 right there, and then down towards the south near Lithopolis. If you're in this area, again, I cannot stress enough, you need to get to that innermost room of the house. If you can, you want to get to an interior bathroom, closet, whatever does not have any outside windows with it as well. That's the safest spot to be. And if you do hear those sirens going off and you're somewhere else in the county, you want to take cover immediately. We are continuing to track this line of of storms. This has been one that since it entered the state of Ohio, as you can see behind me how dark it looks right now out of our live tower camera right behind me there from the Levesque Tower. This is the same line of cells that earlier in the day had produced wind damage near Xenia. We're getting several reports of that. Winds 55 to 60 miles an hour in that area. Also, we've had several hail reports. Ted Hart just showed the hail that crossed 23 near the Scioto Downs area. That is continuing to push into the same area right now. So we're seeing a rotation showing up on radar right now. If you're from Pickerington down towards Canal Winchester, Lithopolis, and then eventually back towards Asheville, which is not under the tornado warning, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. You could see very strong gusty winds, also frequent lightning, downpours, blinding rainfall as well. And again, this is something you have to be careful about. If you are going to be outside or if you're driving, you're watching us on your phone right now, you can see some of those hailstones in the camera behind me. Ted Hart's holding up there. Those appear to be about nickel to almost quarter-sized hailstones that he's showing us right there. So you're looking at about 1-inch diameter hail. What that indicates to us, when you get hail that gets bigger and bigger, it's showing that the updrafts within the clouds are strong enough to take that little water droplet, shoot it way up into the cloud where it could freeze, falls again, and then it keeps lifting it up and it gets bigger and bigger. The bigger that stone is, the stronger those updrafts can be, and that is an indication of possible tornadic event as well when we start to see this, especially along with the radar. So we use a lot of different tools, and in fact, Tara, if we can go to the investigating tool right here and just show what it looks like as far as the hail potential, rain, and wind as well. You notice again this area from just south of Groveport heading over towards Canal and Asheville. This is the area that's been showing about a 1/2 inch to 1 inch diameter hail. Ted Hart just showed us in his hand right there. That is 1-inch diameter hail just about that he is seeing moving into the southern part of Franklin County, and that's moving over towards Canal and then eventually Lithopolis. So the storm is on you right now, and that eventually, Tara, will start to move over towards Carroll, Baltimore, and just north it appears of Lancaster, but they're still going to get some strong storms.
They are definitely going to get some strong storms again. Even as you mentioned, folks that are not officially under the tornado warning, folks down into Pickaway County and around the Asheville area under a severe thunderstorm warning. That also goes until 6 o'clock. You mentioned the size of some of these hailstones that we're seeing. I've got a golf ball that you pulled out from your drawer, and we have seen at least some reports of hail that's at least this size or close to this size, ping pong ball sized hail that's possible here. So these storms, obviously a history of producing that sizable hail that could do some damage. You don't want to be outside, obviously, when that does start to fall, if that does start to fall. But again, just that's why we say stay inside, also because we've had the possibility of tornadoes here today. And that's what we're looking at, that tornado warning running until 6 o'clock for folks in southeastern and southern Franklin County. That's where the strongest of the activity continues to be. We're talking about you all around Canal Winchester and now heading into Fairfield County. And notice too, a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning that includes you folks in the Lancaster area, which aren't officially, that area not officially included in the tornado warning. But even when we talk about the possibility of severe storms, certainly a tornado is possible within those storms as well. And that could change quickly, going from a severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. So you just want to be inside in that safe space. Hopefully you have that designated already, but if you don't, remember, just keep as many walls between you and the storm as possible. You want to go in the lowest level. Don't go upstairs to a bathroom or a bedroom, just away from those windows, and just kind of hunker down until the storms do pass. The good news is, as we've been talking about, they are moving through pretty quickly, 50 to 55 miles an hour. But again, obviously just really packing a punch with that intense wind. And that's one of the reasons why they're moving so quickly. You've got all that wind to push them along. So folks in Canal Winchester seeing some really intense rain right now, probably some hail as well, at least a 1/2 inch, 1 inch in diameter. We've been seeing that, Lithopolis. And again, that's headed right toward you folks here with the possibility of some rotation within that storm. That's why we had that tornado warning that continues for you folks in the Carroll area, Baltimore, heading up toward Millersport, and even just to the west of you all in Buckeye Lake. And even though Buckeye Lake, you all not officially included within that warning right now, obviously we've got that intense line of storms headed your way. And again, that severe thunderstorm warning down to the south of there. Lancaster includes Sugar Grove until 6:30. Dave says until 6:30 later on this evening. So we'll continue to follow that down toward Rockbridge, Amanda. We've got the rain picking up and some pretty intense rain just to your west that's been moving through Asheville. Folks in Asheville, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Have possibly seen some of that hail falling, and even around the Circleville area too, the wind picking up. Again, these storms are moving off to the the east and even to the north of here, where we do not have any warnings in effect at the moment. Still, though, under a tornado watch, folks in Delaware County, northern Franklin County, even up into Morrow County here. We've had that intense rain, and I'm going to put that lightning tracker on here real quick, too, just to show you all of the lightning strikes. I mean, that is nearly continuous lightning at times, so you need to stay inside until these storms pass. But you can see just off to the west, things are looking up here. That rain intensity, certainly in the stormiest of the weather, is starting to clear the area. Dave.
And Tara, I've noticed as we showed Ted Hart just a minute ago, had that about a quarter-sized hail or so in his hand earlier, just to the south part of Franklin County. We're getting several reports now between Groveport near Grove City, also earlier, of anywhere from about 3/4 of an inch to 1 inch diameter, so nickel to quarter-sized hail reports in that area. That's with the same cell that is moving south right now, or is to the south, I should say, of Canal Winchester. It is not moving south, it is moving to the east right now. So if you're in Canal, if you're over towards Carroll down 33, you need to take cover right now. This cell eventually will be moving its way towards Baltimore. If you're in Thurston, Pleasantville, Rushville, I think just south of the Buckeye Lake area is where we're going to see the worst of this cell. Buckeye Lake right back here up by Millersport. I think this will generally stay south of Buckeye Lake. That's the worst of it. There's still some pretty strong thunderstorms coming down 70 right now from Reynoldsburg over towards the Buckeye Lake area, and those will be in about the next 10 to 15 minutes by 6 o'clock tonight. You're probably already starting to see this leading edge right here kind of bowing out. That's where we're starting to see some of those outflow winds starting to pick up in this area as well. And that will increase over towards Buckeye Lake, Millersport, Thornville, and eventually into northern Perry County. We'll eventually see these storms moving into Somerset and Mount Perry as well. So consider this your very early warning that you need to start getting, you have an advanced warning right now to at least bring in some of those loose items outdoors. If you do want to, if you have a car parked outside, you want to get under a carport or a garage out in Perry County, you can do that safely at this moment because this line is racing and is moving off towards the east. We've had reports by radar 55 to 60 miles an hour, and it also has the potential, especially in this area from Pataskala over towards Millersport and Baltimore, of producing up to 55 to 60 mile an hour winds, straight line winds with it. And we also have this tornado warning that does extend for about the next 10 minutes. That is until 6 o'clock this evening for Franklin County. I am seeing that parts that we're going to have to check out on this. I'm seeing that, I think this is the yep, that part right to the west. That just expired for parts of Franklin and Pickaway County, the western portion. So now the main area that is under this tornado warning extends basically from Reynoldsburg down towards Canal Winchester, over towards Millersport, Baltimore, and Carroll. I would expect if we continue the trend with this cell, the next warned area is going to include Buckeye Lake, Millersport, Thornville, eventually into Perry County and most of southern Licking County as well. Heath will probably be included in on that because this is going to be a very strong thunderstorm. I want to check in with our Katie Farrell this evening, who's not too far away in Upper Arlington. And Katie, we heard the intense, we'll check back in with Katie in just a second, but we have been hearing the intense rainfall here for the last half hour or so here at the station. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. This has been making for a difficult drive home. Now, currently, you can see right here in Franklin County, we are not in Columbus, the actual downtown portion of Columbus, no longer under a tornado warning, but south and the southeast portions of the city down towards Reynoldsburg and Groveport are under a tornado warning still for about the next 9 minutes. Now I want to head back over to Katie Farrell, who's just up the road in Upper Arlington. And Katie, what have you noticed outside? We've been inside hearing it, and it has sounded intense the last hour.
Oh, yeah, it is, Dave, and I'm outside, and you can see the rain coming down literally just seconds ago. The sirens, the tornado sirens, just went off here, so they went back on. We heard them outside of our station over the past half an hour 2 or 3 times. There is a lot of standing water out here on the road. There's a lot of pooling. The sewers cannot handle this much rain all at once, so that is making driving conditions a bit treacherous and a bit dangerous. Again, the tornado sirens just went off here in Upper Arlington. We thought we were in the clear. It kind of started to get a little better, and then they came back on. So just an indication to be weather aware all evening long. The rain, as you can tell, starting to taper off just a little bit here, but again, a lot of standing water out there on the road, so you want to be careful. Again, we're here at Kenny and Henderson in Upper Arlington, and we'll bring you updates as we get them, guys.
Katie, thank you very much. Again, this evening, we still have that tornado warning that is in effect until 6 o'clock. That does extend for parts of Franklin, the southeastern corners of Franklin, also for parts of southern Licking County and Fairfield County as well. That is going going to continue to push off towards the east. This is a cell that we are watching very closely. You can see it moving away from Canal Winchester right now over towards Carroll, just to the north of Carroll and Baltimore. So if you're in this area right here from Carroll over towards Baltimore, that is an area you're going to want to be north of basically Pleasantville Road right here. That is an area that you need to take caution and head indoors right this minute. This is very important. This is a cell that we've been watching very closely for rotation. Doppler radar has been indicating this throughout the last couple of hours, all the way from the Indiana-Ohio border over by Dayton on and off. This cell has also had a history of producing hail, 1-inch diameter hail just off towards the west of you, and very strong gusty winds and heavy rain and lightning. So if you're in the Baltimore area, if you're over towards Thurston, if you're right in this area, you want to make sure you take cover right now. Now I want to head over this evening, on the phone this evening, the Franklin County EMA director. And sir, have you heard any as far as damage reports across the county? I know we've had a lot of hail reports of 1-inch diameter. What have you seen so far here in Franklin County? Jeff Young, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, you're broke up. You're kind of hard to hear, but I think I caught all that.
What have you seen so far this afternoon across the county, and do we have any major damage reports so far?
You know what? As of yet, we've not really seen received any reports of damage throughout Franklin County. It's probably a little too soon for that as the storm moves through the area and people are taking shelter. I know that there's been a fair amount of lightning observed. Volumes of water. I'm a little concerned about some of the rivers. They were already hitting action stage or flood stage, approaching their banks. So this isn't going to help that situation. We may have some flooding in low-lying areas, and then we'll see what the surrounding area looks like once the wind and the storms and the lightning clear the area.
Jeff Young, thank you very much, EMA Director for Franklin County. If you do hear of any damage reports, please check back in with us again. That's a very important note also. If you come across any of these flooded roadways across the area, we always stress to turn around, don't drown, because it just takes about a foot of water, of rushing water, to rush away most cars. 2 feet can take away large vehicles, and that is definitely a concern. You think about earlier today, we had 1 to 2+ inches of rain that fell across parts of our area, and now we are dealing with strong thunderstorms, some of which have had radar indicated tornadoes or rotation showing up, and that's from the Baltimore area down towards Carroll this evening, and that's going to continue to push off towards the east. Right now we still have that tornado warning that is in effect right now for Franklin County, Licking, and also for portions of Fairfield County. That extends for about the next 5 minutes or so until 6 o'clock. Again, just like earlier, I would expect that the next warned area is just going to be to the west. This is a very dangerous cell that we have been watching right now, moving into Baltimore currently at this time. This is right along State Route 158 right here from Baltimore down towards Lancaster. You can see it right there, the strongest part of this cell starting to make its way in, so we could see very strong gusty winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Also, we've had several reports right now in southern Franklin, also in parts of Pickaway County, northern Pickaway County, of hail of nickel to quarter-sized hail. So we're talking about 3/4 of an inch to 1-inch diameter hail. That could definitely do damage. You don't want to be outside if this cell starts to come across your area. And then down to the south over towards Lancaster, we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. Again, we've had over at Rickenbacker, we've had 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts that were reported with this line pushing through. So this is serious. Even if you don't end up getting the tornadic part of this cell, if it doesn't actually touch down to the ground, what's showing up on radar, you are still going to see a very strong thunderstorm. And again, you can see the rotation picking back up between Carroll and Baltimore. This is the cell that we have been watching. And Tara, if we could investigate in on this again and see what we're looking at as far as the hail potential as well, because this is a cell that over the last couple of hours, we have noticed on and off really, we have had some of that hail showing up from anywhere from about quarter to nickel size, even golf ball sized hail off towards the west.
Golf ball sized hail, I mean, you name it, nickel, quarter sized. And we're seeing that obviously on the radar indicating signatures here you can see. And also we're talking about those wind gusts even without any sort of tornado warning. And this is why we have the severe thunderstorm warning that was issued down into Fairfield County, including the Lancaster area down toward Amanda, seeing some of the strongest wind at this time. When we get those wind gusts 60+ miles an hour, that is certainly severe and can do damage. And this line again continues to advance off to the east. Now I wanted to show you a graphic here when we talk about again that tornado warning that does continue for you folks in Franklin County running until 6 o'clock. We'll wait and see what the National Weather Service decides to do if they decide to expand that off to the east. We'll let you know, of course. But when we talk about seeking that inside room away from the exterior walls, this is kind of a good graphic just to show you exactly what we're talking about. So nothing that's kind of close to the edge of your home. Again, you want to put as many walls between yourself and the storm as possible. But here, this is an example, a bathroom that doesn't have windows, just an inside room. It could be a hallway. I know myself, when I was 8 years old, our house was hit by a tornado in Memphis, Tennessee, and we didn't have a basement. We didn't have that interior room. We just sought a shelter and got down low in a hallway, and that kept us safe. So just, again, a good example or a good reminder of, again, where to go in that situation.
Okay, Tara, we just had newly issued tornado warnings that have been issued for our area now until 6:30. We were talking about this area. This now extends into Fairfield and also into Licking County until 6:30 this evening. As expected, this will pop up right here on the map in just a second. But this is for the same cells that we have been tracking through parts of Fairfield County and also through Franklin County. They have not only had strong gusty winds and also the possibility of 1-inch diameter hail, but also the possibility showing up Doppler radar indicated tornado, and this extends until 6:30. This severe thunderstorm with this tornado was located just off towards the north of Canal Winchester and eventually moving in towards Carroll, Baltimore, and Millersport. The areas that will be included in on this tornado warning: Lancaster, Reynoldsburg. Reynoldsburg's kind of on the northern edge of this, but also over towards Baltimore, Millersport to the Buckeye Lake region, Fairfield Beach over towards Carroll, Rushville, and the Fairfield County airports is all going to be included. You can see this newly issued this tornado warning right here that goes from Hebron over towards Buckeye Lake. Basically, most of Buckeye Lake right now is under that tornado warning for this cell that's moving away from Carroll right now over towards Baltimore. So again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado that has been for this area for the new tornado warning that includes northern Fairfield County in central Ohio, also southwestern Licking County. So the same region we have been talking about and tracking. This cell is moving pretty quickly. One of the things that we've been mentioning throughout the afternoon into the evening, this is moving now to the east, a little slower than last time, still about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So if you're in Rushville, if you're in Thornville right now, you need to take cover immediately down towards Lancaster. This cell is continuing to push off towards the east right now at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, meaning it is picking up ground speed. It's traveling almost a mile every minute. So if you live 5 minutes away, you've got, or 5 miles away, you've got about 5 to 6 minutes. And then eventually this is going to be moving in through southern Licking County and northern Perry County as well. Down to the south Lancaster, down to the south in Rushville, you're going to see the winds really starting to pick up, and this is going to kind of bow down into parts of Hocking County as well. You can see Rockbridge right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe that extends until 6:30 this evening for that severe thunderstorm warning as well, and that's in effect for Fairfield, Hocking, and Pickaway counties until 6:30. The same threats exist. Tara mentioned this just a few minutes ago, that even if you are not under a tornado warning, give a severe thunderstorm warning, it doesn't take much to spin up something right along the line of this cell. So tornadoes are still a threat along this. We have had several reports this afternoon now of funnel clouds out there, not touching the ground yet, but we have had reports of those with this line that is pushing just south right now in parts of Fairfield County. You see there we have the severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. This Boeing line kind of moving through Lancaster right now, moving over towards the Buckeye Lake region, and that's going to continue to push towards the east. Want to head back out to Katie Farrell this evening, who is live with us in Upper Arlington this evening as we just topped the 6 o'clock hour. And Katie, most of these warnings now pushing away from Franklin County. What are you seeing outside, and are the sirens still going off?
Yeah, Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. Let me just show you here, Steve, if you can follow me. It's starting to clear up, so you're exactly right. Things have gotten a whole lot better in just a few minutes here in Upper Arlington and Franklin County. But let me show you the amount of water that has fallen in such a short time. This sewer runoff has turned into this mini raging river. This is also starting to decrease, though, in the past few minutes as the rain starts to subside. But it was coming down awfully hard and fast here for quite some time. And now things are, as I mentioned, getting a bit better. The rain is starting to taper off. We're starting to see the sun poke back out. Those ominous clouds are moving off. So things are looking up, at least if you live in this part of Franklin County and Upper Arlington. We'll keep you posted, Dave.
Thank you very much, Katie, for that update. Now, again, we still have tornado warnings, that a newly issued tornado warning that has been issued for parts of, this would be for parts of Licking County, also for Fairfield County as well. It's basically this region right here from near Baltimore. This part of the county will actually be, it looks like it will be expired any minute now as well. I'm just seeing that right now, that they're expiring the part for Franklin, Fairfield, and parts of Pickaway and Licking County. So it's going to be the western portion of that tornado warning, but the eastern portion still active until 6:30 this evening from basically Buckeye Lake and then down to the south from Millersport and Thornville. Now, if you are not in the direct line of the worst part of this storm, we have been mentioning this. Throughout this storm, we have had wind reports 50, 60, 70 miles an hour and hail that has been upwards off towards the west. We had earlier today of 1.5-inch diameter hail. Now, recently, most of the reports coming in, Tara, have been about 1-inch diameter hail. But when you get into this kind of situation with a tornado warning, with wind and with hail, you really need to be careful. And then on top of that, there's not a really good way to get around anywhere if you're trying to follow this. You should never do that because we've had flooding across the region as well, several inches of rain.
I know. I mean, you think about it, we had that first round this morning. That was coming in ahead of the warm front, which has since boosted some of our temperatures, many of our temperatures, especially to the south through the 60s and 70s. And we had that widespread heavy rain led to numerous road closures. And if you look behind me here on the screen, flash flood warnings do continue for folks down into Logan County and areas south and east of here. And of course, even outside of that, these are flash flood warnings. And we'll have to change the time on that banner, but flash flood warnings for many areas, especially over southeastern Ohio, and we'll likely see more of those develop with this band of heavy rain that continues to move through. But again, the most important thing right now is for folks to stay safe, stay inside, lowest level of your home, away from windows, away from those exterior walls, in the path of the most intense part of the storm, which is near Millersport, moving through Baltimore. We've seen some of that intense rain. Lancaster, you folks under the severe thunderstorm warning that is running until about 6:30. And again, the tornado warning is in effect to the north of you all in Lancaster, including Rushville area. And eventually, even though Thornville, you're just kind of right on the edge of that eastern part of that tornado warning box. We've got some of that intense weather headed your way. And even if we don't see any official tornado reports, we've had several reports of damaging wind gusts, 60+ mile-an-hour wind gusts, and of course some larger sized hail as well. And as we kind of toggle that on here and kind of show you some of that information as we've been showing you here throughout the night, certainly plenty of evidence of that. We've had those storm reports coming in, reports of ping pong ball-sized hail. Again, these wind gusts, 70 miles an hour or so reported within this storm. And it looks like in advance of this particular batch of storms, this particular part of the line, the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning for folks in Mount Perry, Somerset, near the New Lexington area, Roseville and Crooksville. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, but still, obviously, stay inside until the storm passes. These storms, as you mentioned earlier, kind of trying to slow down a little bit, it appears, but still moving through relatively quickly. It's not going to last quite as long as that heavier rain and the thunderstorms that we had earlier this morning, Dave.
Yeah, and so that tornado warning, again, as we mentioned, was extended until 6:30 this evening. This does include the northeastern corner of Fairfield County, again, until 6:30 tonight. That is because we have Doppler radar indicated tornado just moving out of Baltimore, just south of Millersport this evening as well. If you're in the Pleasantville area near Thurston, that's basically right where this cell is right now, and that's going to continue to push off towards the east. As Tara just mentioned, it is moving a little bit slower. The latest projection on this about 35 to 40 miles an hour as it's pushing off towards the east. That means you only have a couple of minutes if you're near Baltimore, moving away from Baltimore more so right now. But if you're in towards Thurston, Pleasantville, eventually over towards Somerset, you have several minutes to get ready as this big cell right here moves right in towards parts of Fairfield County and eventually into Perry County as well, into northern Perry County. I want to show you guys some video that we got sent into us from the Orient area about 5:30 this evening over on Rennick Road. This was sent into us by Christopher Bowen right here, and you can see some pretty impressive looking clouds there on this monitor. I'm going to try to look over on this one for a second here, and you can see that was the same storm that came through earlier. That storm had a history of producing upwards of 1-inch diameter hail. We had a couple of reports in that area also of funnel clouds showing up, and just amazing amazing pictures to see coming into us this evening. And again, if you're in the area of Fairfield County right now where we have that tornado warning, you want to be especially careful. It's moving away from Baltimore right now. If you're near Thurston, Pleasantville, down 256 heading towards Somerset, south of Thornville. This area right here, this exactly right in this area. Thank you for circling that, Tara. That is the area very much concerning right now as this cell is pushing off towards the east. That's the same area that Christopher sent us that video in just a little while ago around Orient that came through. That same cell that had a history of producing up to quarter-sized hail and 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. That's pushing into parts of Perry County this evening, and that's going to continue to move across Somerset and eventually Mount Perry. So if you're in the line of this storm down 256 south of Thornville, even near Thornville right now in Buckeye Lake, we've got very strong to intense thunderstorms. If you're in Somerset, you notice, you hear the wind outside, you see things starting to rustle around. That's because the winds are really starting to pick up outside. So you have to get that plan in effect right now. You've only got a couple of minutes basically along. This is 256 right here, changing to 13, and that's moving into Somerset. That's part of the cell. This is the part that we've been watching for Doppler radar indicated rotation with this and the potential of a tornado. That's why we have that tornado warning that is in effect until 6:30 this evening for that part of Fairfield County. And eventually, so you see Perry County right now is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That will probably most likely be extended, that tornado warning, into parts of Perry County this evening. And Tara, really being prepared is the key about this. You have a few minutes to get ready. You've got to get ready and get away from looking at it off towards the west.
Exactly. And that's what's great about all this technology that we have access to now. We can see these storms approaching and developing pretty far in advance. And so we start with a severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service issues those. And this is just such a quickly changing situation, even when we do say that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, talking about you folks out toward Mount Perry and Somerset, Crooksville, getting into the Roseville area as well. And just to the west of there, under that severe thunderstorm warning, that could quickly change if we start to see that rotation continuing to develop within this batch of storms that's approaching from the west. That could quickly change to a tornado warning. That hasn't happened just yet, but we'll wait and see what happens if the storms maintain that intensity as they move into your area. So just maintain that safe spot here inside your home, lowest level of your home, away from the windows, away from the exterior walls, just to be safe. We're going to head on over to Ellie Merritt. She has a report now on some of the power outages. Obviously another issue with this line pushing through here today. Ellie?
Yeah, Tara, we're monitoring all those power outages that are just starting to come into AEP right now. We're monitoring that all here in our NBC4 newsroom. About 8,500 customers are currently without power. That's according to AEP. The bulk of them, I just took a look at this map here. The bulk of them are in the southwestern part of Columbus, just off I-71, south of I-270 in the Grove City area. A few more are coming in the upper Arlington area. But the storm just moved through there, so I'd expect those numbers to pick up here in a little bit. But that's what we have on power outages right now. 8,500 customers in the Columbus area out of power right now.
Plenty of power outages, yes, and that's what we've seen. Of course, we've got the wind that's been picking up. We've had the tremendous amount of lightning, I mean nearly continuous lightning. And once again, that's what we're seeing here today with this line of storms. And we've had these tornado warnings that have continued to be issued.
6:30 for Perry County.
6:30. Okay, 6:30 for Perry County. Tornado warning until 6:30 for Perry County. So that has changed, just as we were talking about before we checked in with Ellie about the power outages. Severe thunderstorm warning, we had that issued, and now this storm is just not wanting to really let up or weaken much, and so it continues to show signs of rotation as we look at the radar, moving over Thornport, Thornville, and heading off to the east, and so approaching you all in Mount Perry. Folks around Somerset as well, you're just kind of on the southern edge of that official tornado warning box. That continues until 6:30. So now is the time to obviously take cover if you didn't do that already when you were issued that severe thunderstorm warning, and just stay put until the storms pass. They're moving now basically from west to east about 35, 40 miles an hour, Dave?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to see. The radar looks to be jogging. We're getting some indications a little bit faster than that. Bottom line is, if you're in northern Perry County this evening, this, again, has been the cell that we've been watching very closely. So this is not a shock at all. We've been trying to warn people ahead of time. Even if you're near Somerset right now, you're not technically, like you were just mentioning, Tara, under the warning. But as issued for a severe thunderstorm warning, there is the possibility still of the tornadic rotation showing up and straight line winds too.
That's right. That's right. We've had those wind gusts, reports of that, 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. And again, larger sized hail. Another big threat with these storms. These storms have had a history of producing quarter-sized, ping pong ball sized hail, if not a little bit larger in some areas. Thornville, Somerset, Mount Perry. Again, that band of storms continues to move through the area from west to east. Again, northern Perry County under that tornado warning until 6:30.
Yeah, and Tara, we just had a report come in of 1-inch diameter hail near Baltimore in Fairfield County. And that's where we have our Dan Perlman. He's been out in the Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab powered by the Waterworks all evening long and afternoon long. Dan, you're in Fairfield County. Where exactly are you at and what are you seeing at this time? I know you're getting closer and closer to the worst part of that storm once again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we just crossed from Franklin County into Fairfield County. As you look straight ahead, we are headed toward Lancaster right now. At the moment, I can tell you that the rain, as you see, is actually relatively light. And I say that comparing it to what we saw earlier off to the west in the Springfield and London areas. If you were watching earlier, you heard the sirens while we were out there, and you also saw the rain just coming down in buckets. It was just a massive rainstorm. Of course, right now it's starting to pick up. As you see, traffic is moving slower than normal as we approach Lancaster. The good news is off in this part of the county, as we take a look at the rooftop camera, traffic is actually relatively light compared to what it would normally look like at this time of day. But again, the traffic moving slow. The rain, as you can see, starting to pick up as we approach Lancaster. There's a little bit of ponding on the roads in this area that you want to be mindful of. But aside from that, the biggest issue is, of course, the rain and those dark skies straight ahead. Dave and Tara.
Yeah, Dan, thank you very much. Please be safe as you start to approach that area, because we've obviously had a good amount of strong thunderstorms that you're coming into right now. I want to go back to Live Viper radar this evening because we are continuing to watch that storm. We've got that tornado warned storm that's moving right now near the Pleasantville area. That's basically 256 south of Thornville, and then it's going to continue right here, that area that Tara's got the cursor on right there in the middle of the screen, basically right down 256 and just to the north of Somerset. Technically, Somerset is not under the tornado warning right now. I think that is going to be the most dangerous part of the cell, in the southern part of that tornado warned cell, right in that area. Exactly. That is along 256 and 13, the junction of the two of those, just south of Thornville by about 4 miles, right in that area. That is the most dangerous part of that cell right in there on 256, and that is pushing to the east-northeast. It appears that will move just to the north of Somerset and towards the Mount Perry area over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you're in Somerset, if you're in Mount Perry, you need to take a caution right now. You need to get to the most room of your house, your structure that you're in. You want to get to the innermost room of the house. You want to get away from the doors, the windows. This is a very dangerous cell. Looking at Live Viper radar right now, you can see the rotation right in this area here, and this is going to continue to move through parts of northern Perry County through the next 5 to 10 minutes. This is a very dangerous cell. This is going to continue, the tornado warning that is, until 6:30. You can see that kind of stretching around here from Somerset. Here's 256 right here. Here's 13, and that backs down towards Somerset, and that also kind of combines together right there into Somerset. So if you're in this area right now, you need to be taking caution immediately. You don't want to go outside. You don't want to look out the windows to see what this thing looks like. You want to get inside the lowest, most interior room of your house. So that means the first floor. You want to go to an interior closet, bathroom, whatever doesn't have windows with it, to the outside of the house. You want to get inside of that structure as this cell continues to push off towards the east. Even if you don't end up seeing something hitting the ground as far as a funnel cloud or a tornadic event, you are still going to have very strong straight line winds with this as well, in excess of 50 to 60 miles an hour. We have had reports through the day today of hail as well. We are getting some live pictures in right now, I believe, from Clark County, where they are, it looks like crews are going through some damage that they are confirming, or they're attempting to confirm, whether a tornado has touched down in that area off towards the west in Clark County. Now, again, this is the same cell that earlier in the day today we saw we had tornado warnings with, and this is the same thing that we're basically tracking right now. We've been tracking from the west to the east, and this is very dangerous, right, Tara?
Exactly. I mean, this line has really just been holding together, not losing much of its intensity. And this is why, because of course we had that first round this morning moving through with the warm front, and then we had that clearing the area. We had a little sunshine popping out. We've had temperatures warming up. All the ingredients, and those are just a couple of those ingredients coming together to produce these intense storms and possibly tornadic storms. That's why we've had all these tornado warnings that have been issued. And again, the one that we're watching right now, the most intense part of this line that's been moving through the area, basically from west to east, through the Somerset area, just to the north of there, south of you all, and Thornville, southeast of there, and closing in on Mount Perry as well. It still looks like the most intense part of the storm that was showing more of an indication of rotation kind of in between Mount Perry and the Somerset area, and that continues to advance off to the east. So again, that tornado warning in effect for you all, especially up toward Mount Perry, just to the north of Somerset. But even Somerset folks, just continue to take cover until this line passes. It won't be too much longer. You can see a little less of the red and orange and yellow showing up just off to the west. But let's not forget about our friends here too to the south and down through Fairfield County, Lancaster, also under that severe thunderstorm warning. So these are severe thunderstorm warnings, and that stretches. You can see how this line stretches all the way down through Lancaster, Circleville area. So friends in Circleville have been seeing some of that heavy rain, possibly some larger sized hail all the way down into Washington Courthouse. But I want to zoom out just because we have that tornado warning. Again, the one right now, this is for the northern part of Perry County, north of you all in New Lexington. Back off to the west, things are finally starting to calm down a little bit, and folks can get out and emergency crews to survey some of that damage. We are hearing again of several reports of damage, wind damage, and several hail reports as well with these storms that have been pressing through the area today, Dave.
Yeah, Tara, you can see on the right side of the screen there, the camera shot right behind me here. That is our Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab powered by the Waterworks. We've got that in Fairfield County right now. Our Dan Perlman has been out there. We'll check back in with him in just a couple of minutes. Again, the biggest area of concern right now, moving as Tara has been illustrating, right through Perry County. The very dangerous storm right here from Somerset over towards Mount Perry, down just to the south of Glenford. This is continuing to push off towards the east. It appears picking up a little bit of speed in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range. So that's going to continue to move away from Somerset towards the Perry State Forest area, and then eventually back up towards Crooksville and Roseville, where you're currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. But this cell again has had a history of producing possibly very strong gusty winds, 50 to 70 miles an hour, and hail as well. Our Mike Jackson and Colleen Marshall have been in throughout the afternoon. They have been monitoring what has been going on social media with this storm, and I would assume there's a lot going on today because folks are seeing all this going right through a very populated area.
Right, and a lot of pictures are being posted, Dave. In particular, Mike and I have been looking at one posted by Trina, one of our viewers at Hoover Crossing Way in Grove City. It looks like a high voltage power line, not only across the road, but on top of a car there. Looks like another utility pole is down as well, some wires on the street. So I know you were talking about this being a little worse south of the city, and certainly Grove City looks as if it really got hit. Wouldn't be surprised, Mike, to hear that power is out there as well.
Without a doubt. And of course, Dave and Tara have talked about the amount of hail throughout the area. Joni, she is from she's from the Lancaster area, northwest. She reports heavy hail in that area. Chase is in eastern Fayette County. He reports hail in that area as well. So it seems to be hail has been widespread throughout this area. Right.
Hail and horizontal rain, Dave, is what we're hearing from a lot of viewers as they describe the way this kind of whipped through so quickly and with such force. And of course, we'll be getting these pictures probably throughout the evening.
Yeah, and both of those are indications of severe weather. Obviously, if you get that horizontal rain, you're talking about very strong wind-driven rains, 40, 50, 60 mile an hour winds that are taking that wind that's falling and blowing it almost sideways. And then on top of that, the hail that we've been showing, you can see right now as we're investigating on Live Viper radar, you can see that we've got showing up anywhere from 1 inch to 1.5 inch diameter hail in northern Perry County, making its way over towards Muskingum County this evening. So that is some very strong stuff as well. well. That, again, you're talking about quarter to golf ball sized hail. And this isn't just something that the computer came up with. We have a lot of good tools here that are able to investigate this. And all of this has been confirmed through the day today. We've had reports from Ted Hart, who is down in southern Franklin County, northern Fairfield County, of some of those quarter-sized hail reports. We've had several spotter reports coming in as well. So this is a dangerous cell. In addition to that, not only do we have the tornado warnings continuing, you can see behind me there the video that from earlier from Ted Hart of some of that nickel to quarter-sized hail, but we're seeing very strong features showing the possibility of strong gusty winds starting to move in towards the new Lexington area. If you're over towards Crooksville, Roseville, you want to take caution now. You want to take cover right now. One of the things that we've been talking about through the day today is there's been some very heavy, intense rainfall. So if there were a funnel, if there were a tornado, you would not see it coming through because of the rain shield that comes through. And we saw it earlier this afternoon when that rain came in. It was blinding out there. And that's still what you're going to be dealing with. You can see right behind us on the Storm Team 4 mobile weather lab some of the lightning video from earlier today that was in the shot there. So again, if you have stuff that's outdoors, you don't want to get it outside now. You don't want to head out there. We've had frequent lightning through the day. We've had hail and we've had very strong gusty winds. And all of this continues to push off towards the east at a pretty good clip. You notice from the video as well, Tara, one of the things that we've been talking about, the flash flood warnings that have been issued across the area. Flooding is going to be a definite hazard once all of this exits because a lot of these roads can't take these intense rainfall rates.
Exactly. Of course, we had that bout of snow that we woke up to early yesterday. That melted away. The ground is just saturated. We had the first round of the heavy widespread rain earlier today. Obviously, the storms were not as intense as they are right now, and that's what we expected, that first round to not be quite as strong, but certainly it did pack a punch in terms of the flooding and just a tremendous amount of water, as much as 2 to 4 inches in some of these areas just from that first round this morning. And of course, a lot of these same folks are getting just pounded with more of this heavy rain from these intense storms. So again, we want to focus first just on the tornado warning that continues for you all in the northern part of Perry County. We've seen the most intense part of the storm kind of in between Mount Perry and Somerset, now moving past Somerset. So that threat for now, at least around Somerset and up to the north and west, appears to be coming to an end, but it does continue off to the southeast of here from Rehoboth down toward New Lexington. We were talking about that. Crooksville area, seeing that intense line approaching with the possibility of some larger sized hail too. So you don't want to be outside if that hail starts to come down. And of course, with any sort of rotation that may be detected within these clouds here, within these storms, that severe thunderstorm warning, even if you're not under a tornado warning right now, it looks like now we have that new one. So that was extended. I guess that just happened, right, for Muskingum County.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll pull up the timing on that in a second for you.
Yeah. So you can see the area shaded in the orange color here. So 7 o'clock. So folks in Zanesville, southern part of Muskingum County, along that I-70 corridor, heading east into Guernsey County around Cambridge and off to the south, up and down 77. Obviously, that line of storms is approaching. It's not really losing much of its intensity. And so we've gone ahead. The National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that rather severe thunderstorm warning until 7 o'clock. And so the reason that was issued is because these storms have had a history of producing at least some damaging wind gusts, that larger sized hail, an inch in diameter plus. We've seen that. So just stay indoors until these storms pass. They are moving in. They have been moving through at a pretty good clip. If there's one little piece of good news from this, at least it's the line for the most part is in and out pretty quick, but it has been trying to slow down a little bit around 35, 40 miles an hour or so. Earlier it was moving at about 50 to 55. So again, we still have that tornado warning in effect for Mount Perry that will likely expire here shortly because it appears the strongest part of the storm, as you can see, with the purple and the darker shades of red pushing to the south and east. And so that will likely be canceled. But just a heads up, again, folks in New Lexington, Crooksville, Roseville, please stay inside, away from windows, lowest level of your home, because that more intense part of the storm is kind of closing in on your area. And again, folks in Zanesville, Pleasant Grove, watching from Chandlersville, Cumberland, and east of there into the New Concord area, that line of storms is headed your way. And I want to look too just to the south and west of here. Folks in Lancaster down towards Circleville still getting some heavy rain. That's kind of moving in through the northern part of Ross County too. We've seen some heavier showers, certainly not the intense activity though that folks have been dealing with to the east of there. And meantime, Delaware County, much of Franklin County, things are settling down. Marysville, London, same type of situation. So that severe weather threat now continues to push in to counties to the east of Columbus, Dave.
Yeah, and we're continuing to watch. We still got that tornado warning that's in effect for parts of Perry County. As Tara mentioned, this is starting to move away from this tornado warning, so likely will just be expired in about 4 minutes or so. We have newly issued severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for Morgan. If we could zoom out just a little bit here for a second, Tara. For Morgan and Perry counties, that extends, you can see just barely into Morgan County right here, but most of Perry County over towards Muskingum, parts of Perry County, I should say, and then over towards Muskingum County until 6:45. We've also got them now. They're starting to kind of differentiate a little bit in time. The severe thunderstorm warning for Guernsey, Muskingum, and Noble counties extend until 7 o'clock tonight. And here's the thing, even, and Tara's mentioned this, and so have I throughout the rest of the afternoon, that even if you're not under a tornado warning like you are in Muskingum County over towards Guernsey and Noble counties, you're not under a tornado warning as of right now. Severe thunderstorms could still have, the same cell has had a history of producing some funnel clouds. We've had reports of that. They're investigating out to the west in Clark County the possibility of tornadic damage associated with this cell, as it was in that area about 2 hours ago. We've also had many reports of quarter-sized hail and gusty winds confirmed 45 to about 60 miles an hour with this cell that's continuing to push off towards the east. Now showing a little bit faster speeds, moving at about 50 miles an hour, and it's moving away from the Perry State Forest area. So again, eventually that's going to make its way right across 93 over towards Roseville and Crooksville, I should say, and then eventually towards Philo, Zanesville, and then eventually back into Guernsey County up into Cambridge after about 7 o'clock tonight. This has again had a history of producing strong gusty winds with it and some small to moderate sized hail. You can see the strongest part of the cell right now appears to be just north of New Lexington. So if you're in that area of Perry County and central Perry County north of New Lexington, if you're near Milligan over towards Crooksville, that's going to continue to move right into your backyard, basically down 93, between about 93 and I believe that is Tunnel Hill Road right there. That's where the cell's going to continue to move in towards Crooksville and eventually Roseville as well, and then eventually into southern Muskingum County, and that will take it up into the Blue Rock area. So again, we have tornado warnings that were in effect for parts of, I want to make sure this, for Perry County, that was until 6:30 tonight. Again, that tornado warning should be expired right about now as we're getting over towards the 6:30 hour. So as we pan out just a little, or zoom out a little bit here, Tara, one other thing that I did notice, and maybe you can pan or zoom all the way to our DMA map here, but you'll notice that we did have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down towards the south part of the state as well. So those could impact our folks down in Ross County, and about, those lines are hour-long lines, so in about 45 minutes or so.
Right. So we're watching that as well. And again, things are settling down, though, meantime, for now, at least up through Madison County, where we did have that first tornado warning that was issued much earlier. Columbus area, Delaware, up through Marion, Bucyrus, Kenton, Bellefontaine had some pretty intense rain and storms earlier today as well. But we still have some scattered activity here to the south and west. We still have yet to see the cold front move through. And so we're going to hold on to the chance, and we look a little bit more off to the west here. I want to switch it to a different source, and you can see another line. We've got this line, and this is the actual cold front. Yeah. So this will be closing in. You know, we'll wait and see what happens. Obviously, our atmosphere now has been a little more worked over with these storms that have been pushing through, and of course we lose that good daytime heating, but still we've had plenty of instability to work with here today.
And that tornado warning for Perry County now has expired as well, as we are getting right towards 6:30. But again, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for parts of our area, including Muskingum over towards Guernsey and Noble counties. That extends until 7 o'clock tonight. There goes that tornado warning just expired. We've also got Perry County under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is until 6:45. I wanted to correct myself. I said Ross County earlier. I meant Pike County. That severe thunderstorm warning down to the south, that does include parts of Highland, Highland, Adams, Brown, and Pike County until 7 o'clock tonight. So the far western portion of Pike County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 tonight. But as of this minute, and Tara, maybe you can confirm this on the further back shot, but I'm not seeing any additional tornado warnings now coming into us. So all of the thunderstorms that we are dealing with are severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the threat is still there. I mean, so far today, we have not had anything confirmed. We're checking out video that we had out of Clark County earlier for some damage that may have been tornado tornado related. But as of right now, most of the reports that we're getting, including the power lines being down, are wind damage reports that have been coming in from straight line winds as they've been pushing across our area throughout the day today. And that's what we're going to have that concern with from, let's say, Coshocton over down towards Zanesville and eventually over towards Cambridge, McConnellsville over towards Logan, and then back towards Chillicothe and Piketon, Waverly, and then into Athens County after 7 o'clock tonight. Winds, hail will be a possibility as well, up to quarter-sized hail, and blinding rain. We have had lots of rain through the day today. Earlier, as that warm front lifted north, it dumped anywhere from 1 to 2+ inches of rain. And then these cells, while they're moving quickly, are dumping intense amounts of rainfall as well. So one thing that you should note, because a lot of this, especially you get to the south and east part of the state, that is an area that is going to continue to see drainage. So I'm noticing right now, Tara just zoomed back over. It looks like we have a newly issued tornado warning now that is in effect, basically the same area that we had earlier. This is for the area from southern, just south of Zanesville right now. The same cell that we were dealing with near Perry County, near just north of New Lexington. This is a newly issued tornado warning. This is in effect now until 7 o'clock. This does include parts of Guernsey County, Noble County, and southern Muskingum County as well. This cell right now is just south, located near South Zanesville. And radar is indicating, check this out, 75-mile-per-hour movement to the east. So this cell is zooming. It is right now, you can see on radar near the South Zanesville, just off towards, just south of Zanesville, essentially, near Crooksville right now. Can you move that map up just a little bit there? We got the banner there near Roseville, I'm sorry, in Crooksville, and that's moving over towards Philo. That cell will continue to move across southern parts of Muskingum County and then eventually making its way potentially into northern parts of Noble County and Guernsey County as well. So this is a dangerous cell that we have been tracking. We didn't stop tracking this once the tornado warning. It's just different offices picked this up, and the Weather Service now out of Pittsburgh has got this cell. So they've issued a newly issued tornado warning that extends until 7 o'clock tonight. The other threats with this, as we've been mentioning all afternoon long, hail. We have also had the potential of seeing very strong gusty winds, 60+ mile-per-hour winds with this as well. And this is going to be crossing right over I-77 off towards the eastern part of the state between mile markers 31 and 43. You can see as Tara's going inside here of this cell right now from Roseville down towards Crooksville, right along 93 right there, showing up to about 1-inch diameter hail. Easy measurement there. You got a quarter in your pocket. That's about quarter-sized hail right there. And we have had several reports with this cell. So if you're near Philo, Chandlersville, I'm sorry, you're going to continue to see these winds really starting to pick up in the next couple of minutes. It's going to become very gusty outside. You're going to see the skies darken very quickly. You do not want to be near those doors and windows. You want to get to the innermost room of your house. You want to get to the lowest level. If you have a one-story house, you're in the main level of the house. You want to get to that innermost room. So we're talking about a bathroom, a closet, something that does not have windows. And the ideal thing always is to get as many doors outside, or I'm sorry, as many walls between you and that room that you are in as possible. That way you have a little bit more protection. But again, this is the area that we're going to continue to watch very closely from Crooksville, Roseville, up towards Philo. This is just south of Zanesville and Muskingum County, and then over towards Chandlersville. And that cell, Tara, has been racing off towards the east. Radar now indicating upwards of 60 to 70 mile an hour movement to the east this evening.
Exactly. So again, we've got the possibility of some rotation. You need to just stay inside your home, away from the windows, lowest level, as long as the storm continues to approach here. Folks in Philo, Chandlersville, and even eventually out toward Cumberland. You can see while folks in Cumberland obviously looking rain-free at the moment, you're in that red shading, and so you're under the official tornado warning that will run until 7 o'clock this evening. Byesville, Buffalo, Pleasant City, and so this will be approaching, kind of closing in on that I-77 corridor. The most intense part of the storm at this point is south of Pleasant Grove and Zanesville, but again, folks in the Zanesville area, south part of town there, and heading down toward Philo, just stay put, just to be on the safe side here, because again, we've had that severe thunderstorm warning, which has now been kind of upgraded, if you will, to a tornado warning. So the storm continues to show signs of rotation. These storms, I'll tell you what, particularly this part of this line of storms, which stretches all the way from north of Zanesville up toward Coshocton County, all the way down toward New Lexington, part of Hocking County, and we've had the rain still coming down over Lancaster. This continues to be the most intense part of the storm. Again, it's been moving through Roseville, Crooksville, and headed toward the Philo area, just south of there, south of you all in Chandlersville and Cumberland. So just a heads up, again, tornado could be trying to develop with the storm. The radar has detected some rotation within that, so you just want to stay put. That tornado warning will go until 7 o'clock later on this evening as it continues to push off to the east. And notice, you folks in McConnellsville there to the south, it looks like kind of the tail end here of that line, and some of the heavier rain may be closing in on your area too shortly within the next, say, half hour, 45 minutes or so. So we've got that heavy rain approaching, as we were talking about, and kind of zooming out. We've got some pretty intense storms, severe thunderstorm warnings to the south, pushing east of Cincinnati over far southern Ohio. So it's going to be here that we're watching a little bit later on tonight. Folks in Athens County and those southeastern counties there could get clipped with some of that. But boy, that rain is still coming down, not quite as intense in Lancaster and south of Circleville, kind of in between there in Chillicothe, down 23. But those storms are still obviously intense here to the east as they continue to press to the east, south of Zanesville, moving just to the east of Roseville and Crooksville right now. Signs of rotation within this particular part of the storm. And again, a tornado warning has been issued for you all in the southern part of Muskingum County, heading east toward Cumberland, Pleasant City, that I-77 corridor with time. That goes until about 7 o'clock later on this evening, Dave.
And that is an area also, as you start to head out there, there's a lot of hills out in that area. It's difficult with the lowering cloud deck, the heavy rainfall. You have to be especially careful as you're traveling just south of Zanesville this evening. If you live in that area near Philo, near Blue Rock, over towards the Blue Rock State Forest, Duncan Falls, this is going to be an area that you're going to watch this storm coming over. And it's going to be something that we'll be watching for the possibility of rotation. This storm, again, has had a history of producing some rotation with it as well as it's pushed off towards the east this evening, and this cell is going to continue to move over into Guernsey County, potentially producing strong gusty winds, also some hail as well. We've had hail reports that have been a 1-inch diameter or larger. We saw those earlier. Ted Hart had his hand, he had a nickel to quarter-sized hail with this storm as it pushed through, and this is a strong to severe thunderstorm moving through Muskingum County right now. That's why we had initially a severe thunderstorm warning, which has now been upgraded to a tornado warning. The main reason being this cell has had a history of producing rotation. It does appear that it is strengthening just a little bit. You can see south of Philo getting away from Roseville and Crooksville right now and into southern Muskingum County, and that's going to continue to push off towards the east at a rather rapid pace. So you don't have a lot of time. It'll be crossing 555 right now. That's basically the line that it's on right now here at 555, and that's over towards that would be 7 as well, right over in this area, County Road 7, and that's going to continue to push to the east. So if you're up in Cumberland right now, you're under the tornado warning. Winds are going to start picking up in the next couple of minutes. I do expect that if you're in this area, you only have a few minutes to get prepared. So that's what we tell you right now, to get to that, get your tornado action plan in effect. If you've got a safe spot in your home, that's where you need to be right now as that continues to push to the east. You notice here, rain, wind, and hail. The purple color right now is showing the purple color for hail right here, and it's showing upwards of 1-inch diameter hail also in the tornado warned area in Muskingum County. That is another concern through the day. And Mike and Colleen, you guys are mentioning social media reports of power lines being down. That's very dangerous too, because if one of those goes down into maybe a flooded roadway or something, someone gets too close to to get a picture or something like that, very dangerous situation.
At least one viewer is telling us that someone's trapped in a car under power lines. We're still trying to get that confirmed, but we are hearing, are we not, Mike? And we're going to show you pictures online as well. Right. Some of the pictures coming in from our viewers, it's incredible what the storm has done.
Pretty impressive. And over in Orient at about 5:30, this is at Rennick Road. This was sent in by Christopher Bowen. You can see just the color of the sky and how it really changed as a result of the weather that we experienced.
Yeah, and some of these are just the pictures of what you guys are calling the wall clouds that move through the areas. Some people thought they were seeing rotation from the clouds, but incredible pictures taken just from backyards or from out windows of local houses as people are watching all of this move through. I also had one of my friends posted on social media that about a picture of about 24 people in a cooler inside a giant Eagles store. Once those kind of, storms were coming through and the tornado sirens were going, Giant Eagle kind of ushered everyone into coolers, into either the vegetable cooler or the meat heat cooler in the store to kind of ride out the storm a little bit.
That's going to be a safer place as opposed to being inside of that large, relatively empty building. You want to get into a place that's a little bit more
internal, away from the windows and protected, and they were all in there as a group. So we'll have some of that for you later this evening as well.
Yeah, and these pictures that are coming in are absolutely incredible. I want to head out to our Rob Sneed, who is live this evening in London right now. Obviously, you can see on Live Viper radar, we are tracking the storm here, but he's out in London, and you have damage out in that area from the storms earlier, correct, Rob?
Yes, and it's a whole lot of damage here on this dairy farm along State Route 38. I'm standing here with the owner of that barn. Can you please tell me, first of all, give me your first and last name and what happened out here?
Well, my name's Cheryl Clemens. This is actually my mother-in-law's property, Nancy. And we had looks like a straight line wind come through, ripped the siding off the old dairy barn. We have a hay barn behind, it's gone. And we had another structure over the grain dryer, and it's been ripped off. So it's kind of scattered everything all over. So.
And you look at that. Tell me, look at that. What goes through your mind right now?
I'm glad nobody's hurt. None of the cattle were hurt. We just need to just pick up and go on.
It's a whole lot of damage, How long is it going to take you guys to clean up, you think?
It'll take several days to clean up, but we've got the equipment, tractors, things like that. We'll get out there, get it picked up, and then we'll rebuild.
Luckily for you guys, you said that no one was hurt.
No one was hurt, no animals were hurt, and that's what we're happy about, the blessing.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. And we'll talk a little bit more with her, but we're going to go ahead and toss it back to you guys.
And Rob, thank you for that report. I'll tell you what, I know we saw that line of storms moving through the London area, Madison County, and that was the first tornado warning that was issued earlier on this evening for that particular area. And there we go. You can see the pictures of that damage, unfortunately, that was done by those storms moving through. And now we continue to see a few more reports coming in, and now the tornado warning has pressed on off to the east, now including part of Muskingum County and heading into Noble County, and that will go until 7 o'clock with this line of storms that has been pretty much marching off to the east as a whole. That threat has ended back off to the west for folks in Perry County and Franklin County that were under that warning earlier, at least for now, but we've still got some storms that we'll be tracking through the rest of this evening. More activity expected to develop and move in from the west ahead of a cold front. But for now, it's this area that we're concerned about here east and southeast of Roseville and Crooksville. And now we have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning for the McConnellsville area. Rather, that does include McConnellsville and down toward Morgan County, and that will go until 7:15. But again, we're watching still for signs of rotation within this storm that's kind of clipping that area just north of McConnellsville, and this could quickly change to a tornado warning. That's what we've seen, these severe thunderstorm warnings issued out ahead of it, and then as the storms continue to advance in, that's why we see those tornado warnings issued as they maintain their intensity and signs of rotation. So again, we've got some of that taking place south of Chandlersville, pressing off to the east, and so take cover right now inside that interior room in your home, lowest level, away from windows. Folks in Cumberland, that particular cell is headed your way, Dave.
Yeah, we're going to continue to track these throughout the rest of the evening on air and online. We'll be doing cut-ins throughout the rest of the night, and we'll have complete update with all the video that we have been tracking throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening hours. Coming up tonight at 11 o'clock, we'll have updates throughout the rest of the evening, though. We'll be running the ticker for any of these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings across the area. Again, this is moving away from Franklin County right now into parts of Guernsey and Morgan counties where severe thunderstorm warnings are still in effect until 7:15 tonight. Again, we will be doing cut-ins throughout the rest of the evening and keeping you up to date on this strong line of thunderstorms that are moving through. We now join Nightly News in Progress.